music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lights right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity where they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lives. Steampunk Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello, and welcome to the Pun Show. We may be getting some new audiences here. I just started a Twitch account, and this is my first stream to the Twitch account. So we'll see how this. Oh, we've. Oh, wow! So awesomeness. So I don't know what did Don Lemon just found out. Who cares? Did he just find out it was MLK Jr. Day or something? Anyway, it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. So I seem to remember something about Donald Trump is not happy about that. It takes away attention from him. But I've been going through, and I was thinking about, one of the things I think of when it comes to Martin Luther King is his fight for the black people to get their constitutional and civil rights. And so I think it's kind of a way to bring up what I want to talk about today, which is Donald Trump's fight to take them away. He has been, I think he has violated the Constitution and our civil rights more than any president in history. And I don't even think it's a contest. It's just insane where he is at and how much he's done. So wanted to talk about that today. And so I created a dashboard going through just some of the ways that Donald Trump is trampling our civil rights and our constitutional rights. I'm going to go ahead and share that with you. Trump's systemic constitutional violations. Hang on one second. I just remembered. I need to do something really quick because I'm stupid and I made a stupid mistake. Sorry. With all the getting the Twitch thing set up, I forgot to do one thing I need to do on the YouTube site. Okay. There we go. All right. So let's it's interesting. Oh, okay. So those who want to, my my companion here, Resistance Kitty. If you see Resistance Kitty on the stream or in the comments at all, she is like my co-host in the background, and she was just reminding me I should post my link to the Twitch account since I mentioned it. Yes. So now I'm going to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, and my Substack, which, by the way, I should end. This is, if you are not subscribed to my Substack and you want to be, or even just want to follow me, I'll post a link to that too. One of the things I get yelled at a lot is I uh, try to build my following, but I haven't really tried to sell myself out much. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you why I do this. Before I go into this whole thing, I'm going to tell you why I do this. When Donald Trump won the second time, one thing I noticed is that the thing that just blared out at me was that um uh when when Donald Trump won the second time, the thing that screamed at me the most was that people who voted for Trump were more likely to believe in disinformation. And I think that, we have a country where people that different opinions are valid. Um, but there's a difference between having a different opinion and having just believing things that are false. Um, Opinions are only as good as the facts they're built on. So you can, go through and you can look at flat earth society people, for instance. I'm picking that specifically because I think most of us agree that the earth is not flat, but they will have their facts that they base their opinion on, but their facts are not facts. And so their opinions are not valid, not because I disagree with them, but because the facts they're basing those on are not valid. Your opinion is only as valid as the facts on which they are built. Um, I had a teacher in fifth grade one time that she was like saying, "There's no such thing as a wrong opinion." And I told her, "Well, I do think there is such a thing as a wrong opinion." And she said, "How can you say that?" And I said, "Well, that's my opinion." And so then, she actually got mad at me and laughed at the same time. But that's, opinions matter and opinions are valid as long as the facts on which they are based are valid. When your facts are faulty, your opinion is worthless. And so I decided I want to do what I can, as much as I can, to actually correct the record and state what the facts are. And if I get a fact wrong, I will 100% come back and say it. I've been wrong. I said one thing wrong on the show one time, came back and said I said it wrong the next day. I found the guy who I was wrongly correcting and apologized to him off the air beforehand. I'm not afraid to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. Like there's two kinds of people that are wrong. There's people that are wrong who don't care they're wrong, and there's people that are wrong who care they wrong. The people who care if they're wrong are people who learn. The people who don't care if they're wrong don't learn. And that's the danger when you get somebody like Donald Trump being president and all of this um uh just doubling down on stupid. I think it was I think that there's I think it's falsely attributed to Mark Twain, but it's kind of a saying that it's easier to convince someone it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone they have been fooled. And I think that is a commonality with Donald Trump supporters is they believe, for instance, that there were open borders, even though we had a border patrol the entire time Joe Biden was there. Even though we had record apprehensions while Donald Trump was there, we were actually apprehending more illegal immigrants under Joe Biden than any time in history. And MAGAs and Trump supporters use that as evidence that we had an open border. It's the exact opposite, right? It actually proves we didn't have an open border. All those apprehensions prove we did not have an open border. Because if we had an open border, the number of apprehensions would be zero. And so what they did is they took a conversation, which we should have, over asylum rights, and they made it over something that doesn't exist, open borders. Do we need to have a discussion about how to speed up the asylum process without denying people their basic fundamental human right to asylum? Yes, we do need to have that conversation. But the conversation is not about whether or not we have open borders, because we don't have open borders. We never did. Donald Trump did not like restore border patrol when he became president. What Donald Trump did is he took away the fundamental human right to seek asylum. So, just scrolling through some of the comments here. I've had some listeners complain that I spend too much time on just comments that are pointless. So like Biden's borders were fully secured. Well, actually they were. They were fully secured. Although I not think you meant that seriously. Like, what does border security even mean? You know? Like what does that mean? Like these are words and phrases that get tossed about: open borders, secure borders, but what does that mean? Secure against what? Secure from whom? Open to what? Open to whom? Cuz we don't want to have like borders that nobody can cross, right? So it's either open and closed or these two dynamics that don't exist. Like if you have open borders, then that means everybody can come across. And if you have closed borders, that means nobody can come across, including like people that should be allowed to come across. You have in the middle, some people can come across. And what does come across mean? Does come across mean come across and get allowed to walk through? Or just, like you're a citizen, right? So let's say you went to Tijuana for a vacation and you come back and you show your passport or your like they've have these like driver's license passport things that let you go to Mexico and back and Canada and back. So you show them that. They're just like little driver's license type cards. And then they wave you on through because you're a citizen, you're allowed to cross the border. So a closed border, you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Like an open border means anybody can come through. Closed border means nobody can come through. So who is allowed to come through? And what does come through mean? If somebody comes through and they are told to go back immediately and they're here for like an hour or less, is that an open border? When you talk about using apprehensions as or encounters as a measuring stick of how open the border is, and you're trying to say, look, this many apprehensions happened, or there were this many encounters, and that proves that the borders were open. Actually, that proves the borders were closed because they were apprehended, because they were encountered. If you didn't have a border patrol to encounter and apprehend people, then we would have zero encounters or apprehensions. So this guy says I'm racist. I don't know what that comes from. So anyway, it's this kind of thing, this kind of like defiance of logic and substance that I thought I want to get out there. I think that there are people that agree with me that don't have facts. And I think there are people who disagree with me that don't have facts. And a lot of things, I don't have facts. And so what I wanted to do with my podcast is to learn myself, and then based on what I learned, pass that information on to other people in the hopes that they might learn. So rather than just having these kind of debates like open or closed borders, which are just all partisan fueled things, why not learn the facts and find actual solutions to actual situations. Like, I believe for a fact, like I believe that we need to have immigration reform. And I think we don't have the discussion around immigration reform that we need to have because we're too busy saying stupid things like open borders. No, I closed border is you to be vetted before you. Okay, so number one, closed border is to get you vetted before you come through. An open border, you just walk on through. Okay, so this is actually I'm going to treat this as a valid comment because I think that they're making a fundamental distinction, right? Like you should be able to come through as long as you're vetted. And if you're not vetted at all, you shouldn't be able to just walk on through. But this is a want to talk about a couple of things regarding this. Number one, Joe Biden actually did try. Let's distinguish between asylum seekers and illegal border crossings because those are two different things. Okay. If you cross the border and you sneak, like there were places like in Arizona where there were holes in the wall or things like that where people were able to sneak through and cross. And this is not a thing that started under Joe Biden or this has been going back since even before Reagan. We had illegal immigrants back when Reagan was there. We know this because he gave them amnesty. And he wouldn't give them amnesty if there wasn't a need to give them if they weren't here, that he wouldn't need to give them amnesty. All right. So there are people that sneak over the border and there are coyotes that sneak them over and there is human smuggling that goes with these coyotes and all of that. Nobody denies that. And you just get into these weird conversations where like if you're for asylum, then somehow that means you're for, coyotes smuggling human beings over the border. All right. So first of all, let's make sure we clarify. If you cross the border and have no intention of seeking asylum and you just want to come here and, whether it's, live a better life or, smuggle drugs, that's illegal. And there are policies in place that if you're here less than 2 years and you're not requesting asylum, then you can just be sent back. If you're here over 2 years, then you get a certain due process where you're allowed to defend yourself. And then a judge can hear your case. Now, like you say, well, why would you be here over 2 years illegally and still be allowed to stay just because you were here 2 years? And the one guy that was sent to El Salvador, I can't think of his name. Hang on, I'm going to check out his name here. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He had been here over 2 years. And what happened with him is he was 16 years old and the gangs were trying to kill him. And so he came over here and he snuck over the border illegally. And he was here for over 2 years when he was detained. And then he requested amnesty because if he got sent back, he was afraid he was going to get murdered. And his brother had already been given amnesty or been given asylum for the same reason. So, and his brother testified that if he went back, he would get, murdered. Like some of these people that are coming over, I know that there is this kind of thing that's bandied about that everybody that seeks asylum doesn't deserve it because they just want a better life. And they've been taught to say that by some ambiguous whoever. A lot of the people actually are in fear for their lives. You don't walk across the continent because you want a pay raise. So Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he requested asylum, but you have to request asylum within the first 2 years. So the judge did not give him asylum because it was too late for that, but he did allow him to stay. There was no deportation order. And he said he could stay, he could live here, he could work here. He was here legally at the time that he was sustained and sent back, or that he was sent to that prison. And now, they tried to manufacture this human smuggling charge against him, and that's up in the air right now. There's all kinds of evidence that this is really just a selective prosecution, which is really hard to prove. But going to the top of the Department of Justice, there's evidence that this is what's happened. And so, anyway, that's the case of somebody that's here over 2 years and can be allowed to stay, but still not get asylum. And that's why they have due process. Now, other people seem to get confused about what due process is. Due process is not the same for every single thing. Due process changes, for instance, based on what kind of case it is. If it's a criminal case, then you get a jury of your peers and all of that. That's the process, which is due. That's, what due process means. If you're having a civil suit, there's a different process, right? The standard of the jury becomes beyond a preponderance of the evidence instead of beyond a shadow of a doubt, for instance. You don't have to have a unanimous jury. You have to have a majority jury. There are things that change about the process when depending on what the kind of case it is. So when you're talking about an immigration court, there is a specific process set up for people that are illegal immigrants, and they go to an immigration court and they have an immigration process that has to be followed. And that's to keep people from being illegally deported or being deported that could then be killed. What happens is now we're conflating all of these things into just like you just crossed the border illegally. Well, a lot of the people that cross the border illegally in order to claim asylum. And there's things that are wrongly stated about that. And Joe Biden, I criticize him for this too. This idea that you have to go to a port of entry to request asylum. That's not according to the law. The law says that you just have to report within 2 years. And it even says regardless of port of entry. So it's not, and regardless of legal status, where you enter does not matter. How you enter does not matter. The time does matter. The time is specified in the law. It's got to be within 2 years. And so what is the due process for asylum seekers? The due process for asylum seekers is you cross the border, you say, hey, I want to request asylum. Then, like a border patrol agent sits down with you and has a brief conversation with you. What kind of papers do you have? Why do you feel like you or have why do you think that there is danger if you get sent back? And it's called a credible fear. And they establish whether or not they on first brush have a critical fear. You say, if I go back, I had the cartels threaten me with my life if I didn't smuggle drugs for them, which, this is a common thing that happens. A lot of the people that get into the cartels don't want to get into the cartels. They want to keep breathing. And so they say, well, the cartels told me if I don't smuggle drugs for them, they're going to kill me. And so then they ran across the country and they came here to seek asylum where the cartels couldn't get to them. Cartels can still get to them in Mexico. So they come over here, and then so the guy says, okay, why do you feel that way? And then he listens to their story. And if he believes it, then he gives them a hearing date. And the hearing date is with an asylum officer. And the asylum officer sits down with them, goes through all their paper, has checked witnesses and other things, and then they decide whether or not there is a credible fear. That's the way the law is. That's the process which is due. And according to the Constitution, if you're in this country, you get due process. It does not matter if you're a citizen or not. That's according to our own Supreme Court's history. There's a whole case history here. This is not just me talking off the cuff or riffing. These are actual real things. So the due process is something Joe Biden followed to a point. I think he failed in this regard too, with this whole port of entry thing. But Donald Trump is just denying them the process at all by not even allowing them to enter, not allowing people to have the fundamental right to request asylum. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but you have to distinguish between whether somebody is seeking asylum or somebody is entering illegally. The number of people that requested asylum under Joe Biden was around 4 million, which is a lot. But you also have to consider the context of that. He also returned, I want to say 8 million or something like that. There were a lot of people that were sent back. Not everybody that crossed over the border under Biden was just allowed to cross over. And that's according to the law, not according to Joe Biden. The other thing that Joe Biden did, where you talked about, flying them over and being vetted first, this I find ironic, because what Joe Biden did is he started this kind of program where you could go on an app, like a phone app, and fill out a form and answer some questions and stuff like that, and be pre-vetted. Like there were people that were vetted in advance, and this is a program Donald Trump has actually stripped. So you could go on and you can fill out the thing, and then once you got approved, you had to find a sponsor here in the United States that would take care of you. Then if you found a sponsor that would take care of you, you could fly yourself. You could pay for your own flight to come here and then stay with your sponsor until you got your asylum hearing. And then if you cleared your asylum hearing, you could stay here legally. So this is not, like people say that Joe Biden flew them in. He did not fly them in. They flew themselves in. They say, oh, well, if you're pre-vetted, they were pre-vetted. The people that did exactly what you're saying should be done happened, and conservatives lied about that. This is where I go back to talking about disinformation. Conservatives lied about that program and said that Joe Biden was flying them in the dark of night and then flying them about the country and whatever. No, they paid for their own tickets. They were pre-vetted. It wasn't in the dark of the night. It was a very advertised program that everybody knew about. But the Republicans just lied about it. And now here you are asking me these rhetorical questions, not knowing that the answer actually goes against the point you're trying to make. Yeah. So are you okay with him? So we're talking, yeah, somebody's talking. They have millions of illegals. Oh, okay, hang on. Okay. So, all right. So I'm removing somebody because I'm just so you know, I'm not a censor, but when people start using racist stuff and racist rhetoric and that kind of hate rhetoric, you're gone. I don't want those comments on my channel. They have they don't have videos of millions of illegals coming into our country. There literally is not videos of millions of people coming across the border. There are videos of maybe thousands of people over 4 years. And let me just clear this up. Okay, just gonna ask. I'm just gonna ask Claude this because why not? This is uh I think what you're referring to is there was a guy that has a farm in like Arizona, and there were people that were crossing over the border, and he had his camera there, and you could see them coming over. This was not Joe Biden's policy or something. This wasn't a policy thing, and I think it ended up getting resolved. Okay, so this says, let me just share this. Okay, and let's try. No, this way. All right. No, there is no video showing millions of people walking in America at once. Here's what the actual evidence shows. What video exists? News footage documents borders crossing incidents ranging from groups of around 1,000 migrants to smaller groups of 13 to 14 people climbing fences and highways. These are real events captured on video, but they're much smaller in scale than millions. Between October of 19, who was president in 2019? I forget. Was it Joe Biden? No, wait, it was Donald Trump. Between October 2019 and June 2024, CBP reported that just under 11 million border encounters nationwide. However, these encounters are not that's the other thing. Are not unique individuals. The same person attempting to cross multiple times gets counted multiple times. According to the CBP, this recidivism rate means the actual numbers of unique individuals attempting to cross the border was substantially lower than others. Okay, and I would also like to point out every single person that crossed did not get away. Like a lot of those 11 million encounters were sent back. And here's the other thing that you need to know about this is for a while, under the emergency of the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, there was like a thing where somebody could walk across the border and say, no, you need to turn around and go back. And they would turn around and go back. And then the next day they would come over here. So let's say Jose came over here and said, oh, I want asylum. And they're like, no, go back. And so then the next day he comes over here and says, oh, I want asylum. And so they send him back. And they can do this 10 days in a row. And Jose crossed the border 10 times. He counts as 10 encounters, but he never actually got past Border Patrol one time. So this is the problem with just using encounters as like a way of showing how open the border is. Actually, he got caught 10 times and he got sent back 10 times. He's not over here at all. He's not over here 11 million times. So let's keep looking at this. Additionally, encounters include people apprehended between ports of entry, people presenting at legal ports of entry seeking asylum, which again is a constitutional right, people who are expelled and tried again. The reality, the highest daily encounters were above 10,000 on many days in December of 2023, not millions, and not all of those came into the country. The unauthorized immigrant population in the U.S. estimated at 11.3 million in 2024. But this represents accumulation over many years, not recent arrivals. So while border crossings are a real phenomenon documented in video, the scale in any single video or event is hundreds or low thousands, never millions at once. So this is like, if you want to have a real conversation about these things, let's have an honest conversation about these things. So which is it? Socialism ruined their countries, or socialism is great? Okay, it's neither of those things. And do you know anything at all about the history of South America and Latin America and Central America? It is not socialism that ruined those countries. What ruined those countries is authoritarianism. And a lot of that authoritarianism was authoritarianism set up by the United States. Have you ever heard of Guatemala? Let me check something out here. just trying to remember this guy's name. Um, so what happened is in the 1950s, I want to say, there was a fruit company called the United Fruit Company that grew a lot of bananas. And now we know this is Chiquita. This is actually an interesting story. I hope you can hang with me for this. So, what happened is there was this fruit company that owned almost all of Guatemala. Like, it owned the power lines, it owned the power company, it owned the roads, it owned the phone companies. It had more authority and power in Guatemala than the actual Guatemalan government did. It ruled Guatemala. Meanwhile, the average pay in Guatemala was some of the poorest in the world. That even when you compared it to like the poverty level in America, and like a poor black family in America in the 50s, which was pretty depraved, right? It was pretty low. When you compared it with that, the average black family in America was making like 10 times as much money as the average Guatemalan family, adjusted for, cost of living and stuff. I think it was like the average income was like $30 a year or something. It was insane. And the most of the farmable land, like 80% of the farmable land, was owned and operated by the United Fruit Company. And so then this guy came along. He wasn't a socialist so much as a democratic socialist. And the other thing that the UFC was doing was they owned all this stuff, but then they would declare on their taxes that the land was worth less than what it was. So they were also underpaying on their taxes. So this guy ran for president and he won in a fair election. And one of his policies was that he was going to buy UFC land from them, and he was going to give them what they declared their taxes, or what they declared on their taxes the land was worth. Then he was going to loan that money to poor Guatemalan families to be able to grow their own farms and their own bananas and make their own money. And the best part about this, that's like insane, is that the land that he was going to be buying wasn't even being used by the UFC. They were just setting that land aside to keep any competition from happening. So they didn't like this very much. And this was an American-owned company, and the two owners were two of the people that had a bunch of stocks in it in the UFC were the Dulles brothers, and I don't remember the first names. Okay, John Foster Dulles was the Secretary of State, and Alan Dulles was the director of the CIA. And this is where you're just like, holy fornication, Batman. So what happened is the Dulles brothers owned a bunch of stock in the UFC. And they didn't like the idea that this guy had won the election and he was going to start selling UFC land that wasn't being used to farmers to use it. And but the farmers that bought the land, they could buy it on a loan and get like it was a good rate loan, and then they could like just make a living. And it really wouldn't cost UFC anything if you follow what they actually declare their land was worth. But they were mad about it because they didn't want competition and blah, blah, blah. And so they went to America, and the Dulles brothers, one of whom was the director of the CIA, and the other one who was the Secretary of State. And they said, hey, can we get a little help here? And then the CIA, again, Alan Dulles was the director of the CIA. You may have heard of Dulles International Airport. Yeah, that's the John Dulles guy. And they also came up with this thing called the domino theory. The domino theory being if one country falls to communism, then all the countries around it will start to fall to communism like dominoes. And so they went in there and they threw a little coup. And then the guy who was president, his name was Arbonez, maybe. Then they installed this guy named Armanz, who became a dictator, and he was there for like 40 years, and he was instrumental to a lot of the stuff that, like, he was a despot. He was an authoritarian despot that we installed. We actually made Guatemala the mess that it is, and that's why people are coming over here. So it's not that socialism didn't work there. Socialism didn't get a chance to work there. We, the United States of America, actually threw a coup. The CIA sponsored a coup. The director of the CIA owned stock, a lot of stock in that company in which he was using the CIA to overthrow a democratically elected president because it was costing him money. So when you say, oh, socialism didn't work there, please read a history book. I mean that sincerely. We have overthrown 46 countries in Latin America since 1906. We're the reason that there's no stability in South America. And there was a brief time under Clinton, and I know this because my dad was the one that coordinated the whole thing. There was this thing called Summit for Americas, which was actually an attempt by the United States to foster and develop democracies in South America. Then George Bush came along and ruined it. Thumbs down to the orange clown with the tiny bruised hands. That just like turned out the great mystery was he doesn't like was aspirin soup. Socialism has never worked in a lot of countries. I don't know where you're talking about socialism or whatever. I have a feeling that you actually do not know very much history. Socialism in terms of, you know, like absolute socialism, like communism, because nobody's ever advocated for that here. Nobody's advocating for that. I think what you're using is called an etymology fallacy, where you try to use a word to mean two different things at the same time. When people talk about socialism, they can mean that, you know, the government taking over the means of production and distribution, right? That can be one means of it, one word for it. Socialism can also mean some of the things are government run, including the United States, where the military is government run. I don't think you really have a grasp of socialism to make such a declaration. And I know this because there are all kinds of countries which are actually doing much better than us that have that kind of democratic socialist government or social democrat, depending on what you want to call it, which they mean slightly different things. But nobody's talking about the United States government taking over the means of all production and distribution in the United States. So I don't know where that conversation you're trying to have is relevant. And the places in South America, there haven't been that many that have really tried that. What we've had a lot of is people that just call anything left of Hitler socialism. For the record, we do not grant asylum to people in democracies. Socialist countries most often are social democrats. Yes, this is good. I thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to make sure I got, there are only certain cases where we grant asylum. I'm glad you brought this up, Kitty, because I think this is another thing that gets confused a lot. So when can we grant asylum? There's 5 things: race, if you're persecuted based on your race identity, including violence, discrimination, or social exclusion; religion, harm of religious beliefs or practices, including being forced to participate or to practice or abandon a religion; nationality, persecution because of national origin, citizenship, or membership in a specific ethnic or national group; political opinion targeting for political beliefs, support of opposition movements, activism, or even imputed political opinions; and membership in a particular social group. And this one's the one that there's more interpretation involved. What does that mean? And, like being LGBTQ, survivor of domestic violence, family ties, people resisting gang recruitment, and other socially distinct groups, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. The Supreme Court has ruled that this fifth social group, is up to the policy of the president. Like the president determines whether that is. So, if it does, the distinction here is that like cartels are not the government. At least not always. Sometimes they are, like Hungary. But officially they're not the government. And if a cartel is persecuting you, does that mean that you can grant asylum? Because it's not the government. Generally, we think of asylum as being persecuted by the government. And it was under Clinton that we first recognized as being persecuted by gangs as a legitimate means of asylum. That continued under Bush. It continued under Obama. It was discontinued under Trump, recontinued under Biden, and now discontinued under Trump again. So that is a question that people might be able to form their own opinion on. There's no question that asylum or that gang cartels use threats of violence to force people to work for them. But the question is, does that constitute a right to receive asylum? And without going too deep into the weeds, the UN made it a human right to seek asylum, but they also made it so that each nation has the right to determine who receives asylum. Like, you don't just get to go to a country and say, I seek asylum, and then every country has to say, okay, I give you asylum. Like, each country can pass its own laws and procedures by which you are granted asylum or denied asylum. And this is kind of the difference between Donald Trump and everybody else. Is Donald Trump refuses to accept that being persecuted by gangs puts you in a special class of people, and nobody else does. Or everybody else, thinks of it that at least every other president since Clinton. So that's the conversation that we should. When I say we need to have real conversations, these are the real conversations we need to have. Does being persecuted by a drug cartel make you persecuted? And I would, my opinion on it, and this is an opinion, not a fact, but it's a pretty valid opinion based on facts. You're no less dead if a cartel kills you than if the government kills you. If you need a revolution, it's not socialism. That doesn't even make sense. And by the way, the guy in Guatemala didn't have a revolution. The guy who overthrew him through a coup sponsored by the United States. And I think you're confusing socialism with democratic socialism. Democratic socialism says you want to achieve socialism through democracy. A social democrat means that you have certain socialist, you believe in like a blending of capitalism and socialism. Why would non-American citizens be afforded due process? Okay, I'm going to assume this is an honest question and I'll answer it. Number one, because if non-American citizens aren't afforded due process, nobody gets due process. Because then you can just grab somebody, whether they're a citizen or not grant them due process, and they never get a chance to prove they're American citizens. Like, isn't proving your citizenship part of that process? Like when they say, show me your papers, and you show them your papers, then that's the process, right? So how can you provide citizens due process without providing non-citizens due process? It's either one or the other. You can't do this halfway. And we've already had at least 170, and this is a very low number, American citizens that have been detained, according to a report from ProPublica. So you're asking a hypothetical question that has a very real answer. When you don't give non-American citizens due process, you also deny American citizens due process. Due process? No. Due process is not entering illegally. That's not what due process is. That's what the law is. And what does not entering illegally mean? If you cross the border and you ask for asylum, is that illegal? How about Charlie Kirk Day? I don't know what that means. Hey, everyone, be great. He legally can run for a third term. No, he can't. What if the reverse happened? What if citizens want to leave en masse? Would the government try to stop them? I don't think there's any law against leaving the United States. Their process was, oh, okay, I think. A lot of people don't know we're in a COG. I don't know what a COG is. I don't know what I said that's racist, much less over the top, unless you're talking about somebody else. Okay. I'm getting behind in the comments here. Okay. So, as I said before, as long as you refrain from hate speech, you're not going to be banned from my channel. But when you start using racist slurs, you're gone. And the person who just got banned will never know why, but like I'm not against opposing views, but just racial slurs, no. I wonder who's going to run for the Republicans. I mean, the whole idea of Donald Trump running for a third term is just too ludicrous to entertain. Of course, I would have said the idea. There is this other thing I've noticed with Trump, and like he will float out something ridiculous, right? And there will be the initial shockwave of how ridiculous it is. And then he'll kind of float it out again. And then there's this lesser shockwave. And then the third time it starts to turn into legitimate debate. Like, for instance, Venezuela. Like, we were talking about Venezuela like a month and a half ago. And people were like, oh, he's going to invade Venezuela. And then the Trump supporters were like, no, you're not. You're being ridiculous. You're being over the top. You're being too paranoid. Oh, you just hate Trump. You have TDS. And then he invaded Venezuela. And they're like, yeah, oh, you're defending Maduro. Like they don't even skip a beat. They just jump straight into defending Trump. Forget about everything they like. If they were saying I have TDS because I was saying that Trump was going to defend Venezuela, then they're saying me saying that Trump is going to defend invaders Venezuela. They're saying that I'm criticizing him for that. I'm using that as a criticism of him, as an unrealistic criticism of him. But then when he actually did it, they defended him. So this is what happens: is you get first the whole shock out of it, then it becomes less of a shock, then it becomes a defense of what he did. So right now he's talking about Greenland and how we need it for our security. And is he going to do it? What's he going to do? Trump doesn't back down except from, like terrorist or tariff threats. And even then, you don't even know. He went through all this trouble to get this, trade deal with Europe, whereby, we get taxed more money that American citizens do. Now he's just thrown that to the wind, threatening more tariffs if we don't get Greenland. He's got Europe united against us. They have an app in Europe now that you can go and you can check an app before you buy something to make sure it's not an American product. Like you've got people all over the world now boycotting American products, including our biggest trade partners in Canada, Mexico, and Europe. Like over half our GDP depends on our commerce between those three countries. But anyway, now I wonder the same thing with what happens if he runs? Like what happens? And he just declares himself the winner. He's already talking again. It's one of those, he's just joking about we don't need the election in the midterms, but it's just to get people used to thinking about it. And then like there'll be like there's going to be a flow or something, I don't know what to call it, where people are start to adjust to the idea, like how you get into the bath and it's really hot, then your body starts to adjust to it, and then you turn on the hot water again once your body's all adjusted to it and make it even hotter. It's like this is how he runs things. He comes up with something outrageous, waits until you get used to it, and then he starts making it more outrageous. So now we're talking about 25% tariff on everything to do with Europe, and we're talking about like going to war with Europe over Greenland because we need it for our security. You know what we need for our security? We need NATO. At the moment, the U.S. government is running commercial campaigns in Northern Europe countries, like your green card now. I think Stormy Daniels needs another 100. Russia has colored people too. Interesting. Where are you from, Sean? Did you know that Russia has a higher Muslim population than anyone in Europe? Or yeah, there's. I was just asking because you spelled colored with the English spelling. How can anyone who is not at least a billionaire love Trump? I think the only way they can love Trump are because they're just billionaires in waiting or something. Okay, what even is The Daily Show? Mike Johnson cuts everybody's medical insurance. Mike Johnson is a complete jerk. I'm sorry, I had to skip over a bunch of comments here just because I got so far behind. I don't even know if I'm ever gonna get. Did I see a Skippy comment in there? Did I see a Skippy here? Thought I saw Skippy. If you're here, Skippy, hi. All right, so the law won't allow that, Kelly. I'm not sure what the law won't allow, but it doesn't seem to matter much. The law used to not allow ICE agents to execute moms on a street because they're trying to pull out. But here we are. I'm from Europe, and trust me, we are doomed. We imported all our problems, and for years have been wanting war with Russia. We are doomed, Trump. Yeah, I don't believe you. Democrats are trapped in hate and bitterness, says the person who says Democrats are trapped in hate and bitterness. Trump won't make it to 2028. I wonder. I mean, it's in like he is clearly not a healthy man. Idolizing a politician like Donald Trump is like, yes, that's it. That is actually the answer to the question, why would anybody that's not a billionaire support Trump? For the same reason that they think the stripper is going to go home with them. This one really likes me. She let me give her a 20. The U.S. won't become an authoritarian. The U.S. is an authoritarian dictatorship. I don't know if you're saying that facetiously, but basically has become one. It was actually what I was planning on going over today. But what's wrong with wanting the U.S. to be self? Who says it's not self-efficient? Like, this is a question, again, like, what does self-efficient mean? And what's wrong? Okay, let me see if I can extrapolate from this question an honest meaning. Are you saying that the U.S. should be able to independently run itself without anything from the rest of the world? Because a lot of things just aren't easily done in the United States, like growing coffee. You have to have a certain climate and mountains to grow coffee, and we don't have that situation here except in Hawaii. Hawaii can't grow enough coffee for the entire country. So what's wrong with importing coffee? Number two, importing coffee actually makes Americans money. Like the coffee industry, I'm just going to ask this. How much does the coffee industry contribute to GDP? All right. Because I think we need to honestly assess these questions, Christopher. Like, what's wrong with the U.S.? You know, the counter argument. What's wrong with the U.S. participating in the world economy? GDP contribution in 2015, the impact of coffee industry was $252.2 billion, accounting for approximately 1.6% of the United States gross domestic product. By 2022, it was 8%. The industry supports more than 2.2 million U.S. jobs and generates more than $10.2 billion in wages. All of this would be impossible if we didn't import coffee from Brazil. So what's wrong with that? And that's just one thing. The reason what's wrong with being self-sufficient again is that we can't be. Nobody can be. The world has evolved since 1885. Okay. That's I don't know why everybody, like, I'm not going to read some of these comments about grooming and stuff, but look at the U.S. tourism and figures. U.S. tourism is way down. You mean tourism to the United States or from the United States? To the United States, it's down. How much? I'll look this up. I think it was down like 30% or something. Overall decline in 2020-25, international visitor spending in the U.S. is projected to fall just under $169 billion this year, down from $181 billion in 2024, representing a 22.5% decline compared to the previous mark. So a lot. And it's going to be a lot more next year. So if you actually run a company that depends on tourism, that's not good for you to have like not people not wanting to come over here. The USA had 20 military bases on Greenland, but reduced it to 1. So much for security. According to the 1950 agreement, the USA can put as many bases as they think is necessary for security on Greenland. Yeah, it's a bogus, the whole thing. I don't do even like, this is one of those things where I haven't heard MAGAs criticize, but I haven't heard MAGAs defend. They're just letting that gloss over. Once Trump invades Greenland, they'll say, oh, then they'll start defending it. But right now, he's still in that let them adjust to the hot water phase of the bath. Worshipping a politician is like marrying a hooker. And then when it turns out to not be good, it's like marrying a hooker and then wondering where the VD came from. We're good on our own. We don't need Greenland. The U.S. What does this mean? Like, why is it the USA versus NATO? This is part of the whole thing I'm talking about. Now you've got, like, why? First of all, we are part of NATO. Did you know that? And it's not just Europe, it's also Canada. And why do you want to get in a war with NATO? Isn't the USA plus NATO? Well, when is NATO, by the way? Isn't NATO an alliance that is good? Okay. But we're part of NATO. Don is playing 3 Dementia chess. Yeah, there was a news report just came out today. 96% of the tariffs were paid by U.S. citizens. Either the importing company or, it's somewhere, like it was all absorbed by the U.S. This was like Donald Trump says we raised this money. No, what we did is we redistributed money from poor people to rich people. There, you are here. Hi, Skippy. NATO is takers, not givers. They benefit from the relationship far more than us. Whether they benefit more than us or less than us is immaterial. We both benefit from the relationship. They can benefit more and we still benefit. And it's not like taking versus giving. It's just about how much money you spend on their defense, on your defense. The U.S. spends more money on defense spending than they do. That's not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of Americans feel like we spend way too much money on defense. And here's another thing. Things are complicated. And so, like, I have a friend that, his part of his, he works for the government and works with government contracts. And a lot of things that are factored into defense spending are not actually have nothing to do with defense. It's sort of the he was the one that was telling me about this. It's sort of the thing that nobody talks about, the secret that nobody reveals, is that when a company is trying to bid for a contract, they try to get it included in defense spending any way they can. Like they'll try and stretch it as far as it'll go. And the reason for that is the one thing that is uncuttable, even Doge wouldn't go there, is anything at all to do with defense spending. So if you have, like a toilet contract with the United States government, then you can just say, oh, these are toilets, and then get some of those toilets put on military bases, and then it becomes defense spending. And so now you have this contract that's safe and sound forever because everybody in Congress is never going to touch defense spending. So we spend more money on defense spending. What? We spend more money, just researching my facts here. We spend more money on defense than any country in the world. And it's like not by a small margin either. The United States led the. So in 2023, we spent $916 billion. That constituted over 40% of the military spending worldwide that year. So about 40% of all the money spent in the entire world on defense, we spend. So when you ask Europe to pay that same amount or Canada to pay that same amount, you're actually trying to tell them how to run their country and how to spend their money and how to allocate their defenses. So it's more versus less is kind of a thing. And there was like this kind of 2.5% commitment or anything, something. But the voters still get to vote. Those countries have democracies, and they're allowed to determine for themselves how much money they spend on defense. And it's like if you have, like, let's say you're, like in The Outsiders or whatever, and you've got, you're going to have a gang fight, and you've got one guy that's the biggest, and you've got the guy that's the smallest. Well, the guy that's the smallest still adds something to the gang, right? The guy from the biggest might still. You can't ask the guy from the smallest guy to become bigger. So you can't just tell other countries to spend more money on defense because you spend more money on defense. We don't need to spend 40% of our money on defense spending. And we need to allocate, we need to actually look over our defense spending and see what's actually defense spending and what's just made up stuff. I don't think the files, the Epstein files, I don't think those are a distraction to the victims. The host is here to preach fascist Democrats propaganda. Okay, I don't know what the same NATO said that it would be get Baltic states to join. It is not worried. Okay, you know what? Russia doesn't get to decide what alliances other countries make. And maybe they wanted to join those NATO so that they could have some safety against Russia because Russia had already invaded and conquered them for decades. Like, other countries are allowed to make decisions for themselves. Other countries don't have to make America its number one priority. It's like you even have people like Donald Trump mad that other countries aren't putting America first. That's kind of dumb, don't you think? Any Republican will beat Biden and Kamala. That's why they lost the election. Okay. Okay. Are you from Grandpa? Oh, are you talking about Grandpa Donald? I'm really worried. Like, there are some things that are just going to get worse. Worse. I guess. Funny more billionaires voted for. Did they? I know one thing: the billionaires that voted for that supported Trump are making a lot more money. The files are on the internet. Well, some of them are, and if you don't know, this is a website you might want to check out. Just posting it in the comments here. There's a website called EpsteinWiki.com that actually has everything that's available for it in a searchable format and everything. But just to be clear, the files are not all on the internet. Only 1% of them have been released. Highest unemployment since Trump's first term. And that gets a little wonky. The unemployment numbers and the new jobs numbers are all kind of tied to AI, and a lot of it can be deceptive. And that was true under Biden too. I think that's why some people felt like you're showing me these macro numbers that look good, but I don't feel that way. And it's why people feel the same way right now. The AI industry is just throwing a wrench in the works. You're welcome. Mike Johnson is blackmailed. Mike Johnson is Mike Johnson maybe does not always tell the truth. Oh, somebody says Skippy says he went to the island. Well, it takes time to redact Donald Trump's name like 50 million times. The UN and NATO just crap now, and so the US needs. Well, that's an opinion. And hey, if we had an election and one of the things Trump ran on was leaving the UN and he won the election on that platform, that's democracy in action. But this is another thing I've noticed is that MAGAs will say, I voted for that. And it's like, but Donald Trump didn't run on that. Like when you point out that, he Project 2025, he had executed most of Project 2025 by the end of the year. And they say, I voted for that. But he literally didn't run on it, ran away from it, said, oh, I didn't do that. And the margin was thin enough that if he had owned up to being part of Project 2025, maybe not everybody, maybe you still would have, but maybe not everybody that voted for that would have voted for him. So, things, I believe in democracy and I believe that we should get what we voted for. But everything he's doing, he did not run on. And a lot of what he's doing, he ran away from. And he certainly didn't run on leaving the UN and NATO and highest unemployment because Trump removed all the illegals. Okay, nothing you're saying there makes sense. I'm used to having my sorry. I don't really just skip. It's totally random the way the comments I land on. I tend to just scan through them, and there's like these are the ones that I just roll past. You are a simp. Like, what am I going to do with that? USA should protect the Ukraine, according to the 1994 Bucharest Memorandum. Was the Ukraine? Yes. Did you know that Ukraine would be the second largest nuclear power in the world if they hadn't done that? Larger than Russia. And we said, look, if you give up your nuclear powers, according to this agreement, then we will protect you from Russia. So John is right. And then Putin has this thing that there was a promise they would never join NATO. When they haven't joined NATO, NATO hasn't asked them to join. And by the way, they can join NATO if they want to, because Ukraine is an individual country that is in an autonomous country that can choose who its own allies are. It doesn't need to get permission from Russia. 5,000 yeah. What is it's actually, I want to say over 100,000. Because we were told that all these, tariffs were going to result in manufacturing jobs, right? Let me share this. The number of manufacturing job losses in 2025 vary depending on the time period and days. February to September, it was down 49,000. Uh, 58,000. Full year, 33,000. Year over year, 73,000. Router contacts. So, and the rate of jobs being added also declined significantly. But anyway, yeah, we have less manufacturing. We have fewer manufacturing jobs than we did under Biden. Under Biden. Okay. There are a lot. You're not, if you are a person who is living in Europe and feels that way, you are not the only person in Europe, and not everybody in Europe feels that way. Also, Europe is not a country. There are a lot of other countries. There are a lot of countries in Europe. Something you might know if you actually live there. You're telling me Trump went to McDonald's and UPS and fired 1,500 people. It's free market, Trump. Nobody's saying that. What we are saying is that when you slap tariffs on companies, which we said before, and you ask them to not pass on those tariffs to American citizens, what happens is it becomes harder for them to um, pay for people. And so then what happens is that people start losing their jobs. It's not like Joe Biden personally went and put sale prices on every single item that was sold. He didn't personally set the price of eggs, but you didn't have any trouble blaming inflation on him. Donald Trump set the economic conditions through his policies, which are causing people to be unemployed right now. If Russia and China can keep their own men alive, so can we. Well, you are a gullible fool. I think you. So this is when I'm trying to get better at skipping over some of the nonsensical ones. Not healthy. Now, are you? How are you qualified to judge him? Okay, it's YOU''RE. And because I keep watching him fall asleep and nap or take naps in the middle of cabinet meetings. Yeah, he's declared himself president of Greenland or of Venezuela. He wants to take over Greenland. He has himself as chairman of this board in Gaza in his peace plan. I haven't heard about the peace committee with Russia, but I'm totally shocked by that. I don't know how many billionaires support Harris. Don't worry. I mean, I don't know, what does Harris have to do with this? Don't worry about him. Worry about how. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not that one or the other of them has to be healthy. Joe Biden could ride a bicycle. I know that because you guys made a big issue about out of falling off one. Can Donald Trump ride a bicycle? He can ride a golf cart. Um, yeah. This is more like Orban in Hungary, where he wants to be. He's talking about doing this is again the whole getting used to the bathwater thing. He's fired his first couple of jokes about getting rid of the 2026 election. He's talking about the Insurrection Act because of all the violent protests in Minnesota because somebody got hit by a snowball. So it's just a matter of time before, in 10 months, I wouldn't be shocked if there was, if he was canceling the elections. Actually, I think we're more than, what is the current national debt? I think it's gone up quite a bit this year. It's up to 38.45 trillion. It's going to be well into the 40s by the time Trump's term is over. I don't remember that. I don't know. I don't even know what you mean by self-sufficiency. I just there are certain things like it's like I know what self-sufficient means. It means you can take care of yourself. The idea of what you think self-sufficiency means, I don't know what you think it means, and I don't know how it applies to the United States being self-sufficient or whether self-sufficient should be the goal. It's just such a red herring that I don't even want to go down that lane. Yes, because he was parked and he couldn't get his legs out of the thing to stop it. Or he was stopped and he couldn't get his foot got caught in the pedal strap. It's not about random niche products. It's about self. Yeah, coffee is a random niche product. And why do we need to be worried about wartime? I thought we had the no new wars president. So we've all got to give up coffee now because Donald Trump wants to go to war over Greenland. I don't seem to recall that advertisement. Yeah, because it's not a tropical environment. You need two things. You need a tropical climate and you need mountains. When they say mountain grown Folgers, all coffee is mountain grown. But the Rocky Mountains don't have a tropical climate. That's why I said there's two things. I didn't put a tariff on anything. And it's BRAZIL, not SIL. Donald Trump put a 50% tariff on everything from Brazil because Brazil prosecuted the guy that tried to throw a coup. Does California? I don't. I think they do have some mountains in. Just looking. California does grow coffee. I stand corrected. 40 coffee plants from Costa Rica to say 2 cents. So we'll say California coffee is positioned as an ultra premium specialty coffee with prices ranging from 50 to, wow, that's expensive. You ready to pay $50 for 7 ounces of coffee? Or for $10 an ounce for coffee. And we more than 99% of our coffee is imported. So your little it's interesting. I did not know we had coffee in California. But sure, we don't have enough, so point stands. I know it's all those facts and logic and stuff that gets in the way. We're laughing so hard at how bad a president. Yeah, interesting how you seem to be. Yeah, people on social media can lie. Like I'm not under any obligation to believe everything people say in the comments. I don't believe you're from Europe. I don't believe you've ever even been there. Don't even anyway. Told my wife, "No, I won't be mean. I'm trying to not be mean. Don't make me be mean." Trump now asks Putin to join. Oh, yeah, that one's, we've had enough of that comment, please. I'm saying left is playing states' right against Article 6 and using liars NTO invoke First Amendment as a wedge, pitting the Constitution against the Tasha. What on earth are you talking about? How are the I don't even know what that means. Okay. The Sixth Amendment is the one that is like a right to a trial, right? Like right to a speedy trial. And you can confront your accusers and whatnot. I don't know what liars NTO. I don't know what that means. Or liars. I don't know if that's like a typo or whatever. Invoke First Amendment as a wedge. I don't know how the First Amendment and the Sixth Amendment are being pitted against each other. I don't know what any of this means. And just this, if you want to clarify, I can try and, address that. But right now, I don't even know what that, I don't see any way that they're using the Sixth Amendment against the First Amendment. All of these live streamers base. Okay. No, first of all, I'm not using Google. I'm using Claude as an AI. Secondly, the facts are, okay. For those who are novices to actually researching, see like right here, it's got this little thing right here, which says more than 99% of American coffee must be imported. So if you go over here, there is a thing, it's called a link, and it has the actual original source from which it got that thing. So, and secondly, what's wrong with doing research? What's wrong with actually looking up the right answer? 6th and 10th, with the first being the wedge. I still don't know what that means. I know that the 10th Amendment Donald Trump is violating when he sends the national, or tries to send the National Guard into those states. How are the 6th and 10th amendments being violated with the first being the wedge? What does that mean? Like, I honestly do not know what you are trying to say. Claude is not trained on Google. Did I get your reply on Sarah Riley's interview? Okay, so I looked into the whole Sasha Riley thing, and from what I can tell, I have not been able to find anything outside of like large social media accounts that talk about it. I know what you're referring to. This is a young man or maybe a young woman. There's some people say one, some people say the other, that is in the that is claiming to have been violated by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and trafficked and stuff like that. They're like a pilot now, or I forget all the details. But anyway, I didn't go into a bunch of details and like really try, because from what I understand, there is no, like, right now it's just hard to say that there's anything to it, other than it's just becoming a something that's being trafficked a lot. And I try to be clear, like on all of this stuff. There's the whole, a lot of the Epstein files right now, or Epstein files, are just like things that were reported to the FBI. And I think of this like the VAERS report, where people could call in and say that, they got the vaccination and it made them sick or whatever. And whether or not that's true is another thing. The FBI reporting line was just something people could call and report things. And whether or not those reports have been vetted or verified is a whole other thing. So, and before I know more about whether this whole Sasha Riley thing is actually true and has been verified, I don't want to comment on it because I don't want to give credence to fake news, and I don't want to deny if it's not true. I don't want to give fake news to, or I don't want to give fake news credence. If it is true, I don't want to deny a real victim. So I just my position on Sasha Riley is I'm not going to comment on it beyond that until there's something verified one way or the other. I don't know what you think free handouts are or who you think is getting them. Or what a free handout is. A link to a they don't like, and then it's like, then you anything that you show them that proves them wrong, it's because it's a liberal source. And then they quote One America News as he's enforcing Article 4 of the section. Do you know what is Article 4, Section 4 say? I don't mean interpret it. What is an exact quote of what it says? So anyway, you can answer that question. I know what it says. I know what it says. I just looked it up to make sure I'm right, but I think you need to actually look at what that says. No, they are not. They aren't. And you know who disagreed with you, by the way? Donald Trump's own Supreme Court. Like what you look like on the camera, you have a little bit more life experience than me, but okay. Well, I'm 58. I've been to 34 countries on 5 continents, lived in 4 of them. So at least I have some international experience. I don't know what all of that blather is about. I don't know what information I couldn't find. A very well-known symptom of liberalism is that's actually just an ad hominem attack. And by the way, I'm sure that you're very concerned then that the Epstein files get released 100%. Why is it that the people that are so easy to call other people pedophiles defend actual pedophiles? And I'm not saying Donald Trump's on there. I'm not saying he's in the list. I'm saying that there were 1,000 victims, over 1,000 victims. And not one person other than Maxwell has gone to prison for over 1,000 victims. And of course, Epstein had his little government-assisted suicide thing. But there's a whole lot of dead people, or a whole lot of victims there, and not a whole lot of convicted people. So why are you not, like, take the Trump Clinton politics out of it? If you're so against pedophilia, why aren't you against this pedophilia? Why don't you want those people prosecuted? I know what it says. I'm waiting to see if you do. Yes, we've got the 10th Amendment, but the federal government needs to protect our national security for each state to have it. Yeah, what national security? Like, what national security? Like, how is, when you say this, when you say things like this, I would like to ask you, honestly, if we didn't do this, would we not be secure? Would we not be able to defend our borders from actual military invasion? Or is this just hyperbole built on hyperbole? How are we insecure if we don't do this? MLK was a communist who smeared Jackie Kennedy at JFK. I don't know what that has to do with anything we're talking about. I would actually argue that being against Donald Trump or being for Donald Trump is anti-American. You don't think there's somebody overlooking who gets published on the internet? No, I don't. Why didn't Biden Kamala release the Epstein files? I actually, if you're really interested, let me go to. I got tired of being asked this question, so I actually made a I'm just going to post this link here, which you can watch now or later or never. But rather than go into all that, I made a short video that explains exactly why he didn't. And the main reason is he couldn't. It was still under investigation. But also, why do you assume Joe Biden knew what was in it or that he made a conscious decision to not release them? Like he never, you know what Joe Biden said about the Epstein files? Not a single thing. There's no quotes available of him talking about getting them or not getting them or whatever. There was no active case being prosecuted under him, but the Maxwell case was still under review, so he couldn't release them. He didn't not release them. He just didn't release them because he couldn't. It literally took an act of Congress to release them. And there were some people from both parties while Biden was president to get them released. But the actual draft, the actual law requiring them to be released, which was what would be required, was not issued until afterward. And when there was a Freedom of Information Act and the judge said you have to hand these over, he handed them over without a fight on the day he was supposed to hand them over. There's no indication that Biden was like protecting the Epstein files either. Look up Article 4. No, that you keep stating this, but you clearly do not understand what is in Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. Article 6 says federal government immigration laws have legal authority over states. The states using sanctuary states' rights legally. No, actually, this is. It's not. No, it doesn't. To put it in a blunt way, and I don't think you really understand what the issues are here because of what you're saying. And the way to have this heard out is in the court system, and the court system, because what we're talking about here is not whether or not there's sanctuary states. I don't even know if there is. I think there are sanctuary cities, and that's not so much about whether or not there might be, as California sanctuary state. I want to be clear on this before. There are states, I think maybe like Illinois and I think there's a misunderstanding of what you're trying to say and what is actually the issue. I think that you don't actually understand the issue here. Okay. Okay, so there's 17 states in the District of Columbia that have sanctuary laws, policies, or legal opinions in place. These include California, Colorado, Connecticut, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Utah, that's interesting, Vermont, Washington, and DC. And the issue is not whether or not they allow ICE to do what ICE is doing, but whether or not they enable and go along and cooperate with ICE in what it's doing. So you can tell there's a difference between not impeding and not cooperating. You can allow ICE to do what it needs to do, but you can also not order your police force to go along with it or to help them or to turn over information to them. And this is what is being held up in court. This is not a fake thing or whatever you're trying to establish. This is an actual Supreme Court, like, and there's also the whole issue of Trump using the National Guard and against the will of the governor to enforce this, which is a whole other issue. You're just shouting the word sanctuary doesn't make you right. States still have a right to determine how their police force is used. Cities still have a right to decide how their police force is used. The government can't just co-opt your police force and force them to do to work with ICE. That's where you start getting into the 10th Amendment. Now, if the state of Minnesota were to say, no, ICE is not allowed in our state, that would be crossing the line that you're suggesting. But when Minnesota says you can't use our police force, that's Minnesota exercising its 10th Amendment rights. So anyway, I've answered your question. So I hope you can quit typing that comment. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that, Matthew. Maybe some cream. Wow, I did that. I'm gonna have to look that up. It's about national security. Be thankful you have a state in a country. What national security? Seriously, what national security? What is the national security? With the whole illegal immigration thing, period. What is the national security? Do you think that one day all the illegal immigrants are going to rise up against the government and take it over? What is the national security? It's like you just throw around this word national security as though like that's a valid thing to say. How is our national security at stake? You're welcome. The First Amendment is in support of sanctuary city, denies. No, the First Amendment issues are protests. People are talking about protesting the federal government, which is the whole reason that is in there. You're allowed to protest your federal government. That's not a lefty anti-Constitution thing. That's actually literally in the Constitution. Epstein's attorney and a Dem stated after reading all the Epstein files, Trump is... No one has read all the Epstein files. And again, I don't care. Honestly, I do not care if Trump is in there or not. Well, I mean, if he's in there, he should be prosecuted. But to me, it's not about Trump. I'm not the one saying it's about Trump. I haven't said anything about Trump in relation to the Epstein files other than he appears to be blocking them being released. And what's being released is not what's actually going on is that the victims of Epstein files of Epstein are not being receiving the justice they deserve. You need to bring every single pedophile and pervert and bleepity bleep that's in there to justice, and you need to prosecute them, and they need to go to jail. I don't care who they are. Right now, Donald Trump has only released 1% of those files. We need it. We need actual pedophiles who paid for the right to traffic children and have sex with them need to go to jail. We can have this whole conversation without bringing up Donald Trump's name. Define reliable. It's, I mean, like, you define reliable. Like, I think that these things become like, oh, this is like a sea lion thing. All right, reliable in each case depends on how consistently true it is, and then you say, well, what's true? And it just becomes this spiral into nothingness. Reliable means reliable. Reliable is the word. Reliable is the definition. Consistently accurate. Like, what is the point of a comment like that? Yes, they were. And we discussed under the last administration why they weren't released. And I posted a link in there that you can watch to find out why they weren't released. And going back to the Clinton, the DOJ hasn't consistently not given these women their right to be heard and the justice they deserve. I'm not like the one making this about a political thing. I'm not making this an attack on Trump. I am saying that the women that were violated when they were children deserve justice. Do you agree, Brian, that those women deserve justice? Do you agree that the people that violated them should be in jail? Are you for or against pedophilia? Why does this have to be in the construct of politics for you? I'm saying take it out of the construct of politics. Forget about whether Biden released them or anything. Those people deserve justice. So we've got somebody talking about Charlie Kirk in a bad way and somebody upset about it. Well, we have no ground floor labor to perform the work that most Americans will not perform. That's a national. Okay. And this is so Sec Gen here has a good point. Which, I mean, I don't know if I would say it's national security, but our national interest is to have the people that are doing these jobs, these national security or these low wage jobs, doing them. And this is why I always say we need to come back to have a real honest conversation about immigration reform. Like, I don't think we should just let people walk across the border that want to walk across the border with no background check or anything. But I also recognize for a fact that we depend on that labor for our economy. And this is not, oh, who is going to pick our cotton? It's like, who's going to pick our strawberries? Like a real actual question. Who is going to pick our strawberries? In fact, there was an actual quote from a dairy farmer in Wisconsin who said, who's going to milk our cows? Like, that's an actual question, not a rhetorical device to refer to, like, if you think that we should be okay with immigration reform that makes us racist somehow. Like, that's not the case. We need to have, and we have the farm owners that are going to go out of business. We have the um truckers and delivery people that are going to go out of that are going to lose their jobs. Like, there's a snowball effect, and it's like, for every 500,000 people deported, you lose 44,000 related jobs, like, in addition to those people being deported, because jobs create jobs, because when people get jobs they make money, and when people make money they spend money, and when people spend money that creates more jobs. So there's actual positive impact on the economy from undocumented workers. So the question is not whether or not we get rid of the workers. The question is, how do we get rid of that undocumented part? How do we make it so that these undocumented workers can become documented workers without, just throwing our hands up in the air and saying anybody that wants a job can get one? We need to have a way. This is, these low wage earners, these low wage jobs are how we built America. It's how we got to where we are. And now we're in a population stagnation in terms of just, we're not breeding faster than we're dying, to put it bluntly. And so in order to keep growing as an economy, we need people. And the best way to get people is to let them come over here. And you can only have so many high-end jobs. Once you would rather have people just competing for the high-end jobs while the low-end jobs are going vacated. Why do you think that food is the highest inflation rate right now? I mean, overall food. Don't talk about the price of eggs or cherry pick one thing. Overall, the price of foods has the highest inflation right now. Why is that? Because we don't have undocumented workers on the farms picking that food, squeezing that milk out, or butchering those cows. Yes, that's right. And it wasn't until the act of Congress and the Maxwell, they do not have a right, however, to incite their police force to fight federal law enforcement. Nobody's inciting the police force to fight federal law enforcement. And no, the mayor did not say that's what he was going to do. I think there was something. This is like something that Trump administration likes to do, is they take something and they twist it upside down. I think all that Fry said is, don't call 911 because our police can't come to every call. Like, he was saying, don't call 911 against ICE. And then somehow that became call 911 against ICE. Nobody's inciting the police force to fight against federal law enforcement. The local police aren't fighting against law enforcement. That to me is tantamount to treason. Well, but that's tantamount to making things up or believing made up things. Maybe you're in the second crowd, but Jacob Fry never asked the local police. Jacob Fry never asked the local police to do these things. Okay, I don't know how many times I have to answer that question before you just receive the answer. I don't know what your entitlement. I don't know what you mean by with your entitlements. Every KKK member was a conservative. Yes, both Republicans and Dems. Every one of them. I'm the one trying to take this out of the political realm. Well, obviously okay. So let's say that Biden was wrong. Okay. How does that make it okay now? Trump, Vance, Noam, called Renee a domestic terrorist before her body was even called. They are scum. And here's the thing, I was watching that video again, and something that really just struck out to me that I think does not get near enough conversation about all of this is what she said at the very beginning of the video the neighbor shot, the longest one, the one that shows where he drives past and she's waving him on. Do you know what she said? She said, "Go ahead, I'm just pulling out." So there's this narrative that she had been parked there, but her car was running. She's waving him along and she says, "Go ahead, I'm just pulling out." What if, and just hear me out now, she was just pulling out? What if she was just waiting to steer into that lane? She was letting them pass and then she was just going to get in behind them. And all she was doing was just pulling out like she said she was. What if she was just driving home? She wasn't protesting. She wasn't being a domestic terrorist. She just happened to have her wife and her dog in the back seat because she had just dropped her kid off from school. And according to some people, what happened is, like when I say some people, I mean like the neighbor that shot the video. She was driving back, and then there was like some commotion with ice going on up ahead of her. And she just kind of like, she looked at that and said, "I don't want to get involved in all that." And so she stopped, and she was just doing a 3-point turn where she backed up her car and she was just pulling back out into the lane to pull out. And while she was in the middle of that, ICE agents happened to be driving past her and she was just trying to wave them on. And then they decided to cowboy up. And so they parked their cars and murdered her. What if the whole thing was really just her trying to pull out? What if the first sentence in that video was actually the most important? What if she wasn't a domestic terrorist? What if all she is a murder victim? It's just convenient now because that's the reason why it is so important now. Well, there were Democrats that were actually advocating for, as I said, the legislation. It had to be an act of Congress to release them. And proposals from both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, were already on board during the Biden administration. It's not a Republican or Democrat thing. And why did it? Now, what is also true is right-wing media was pushing it. Why did it stop becoming important now? Like, to you, was it important under Biden? Was it important then and important now? Or was it not important then and not important now? Or was it important then but not important now? Like, where is your consistency on this? If you're going to talk about being inconsistent, what do you think is consistent? Should it be it was wrong for Biden and for Trump, or it wasn't wrong for Biden and it's not wrong for Trump? The one difference is there's an actual law now that says you have to release it, which, by the way, all but one Republican in both the House and Senate voted for. That bill would have passed without a single Democratic vote. And it was signed by Trump himself. So that's a big difference between Biden doing it and Trump doing it. Is there was a literal act of Congress passed in between. Yeah. So Kitty, don't mess with Kitty when it comes to the Epstein files. I guarantee you she knows more about them than anybody on this chat, including myself. She's like literally built a website about it, which I don't know if I pitched this once while you were gone, Kitty. But this is just an excellent source for everything about the Epstein files. There were 125 investigations going on, and when Trump took office, they ended them. So the Democrats or the Republicans, Kitty? It's not Charlie Kirk Day. Every day is Charlie Kirk Day. Every day. Every time I roast marshmallow, I think of Charlie Kirk. Jesus forgave the people on the Epstein files. So. I have a feeling that was slightly facetious. They didn't do it because Dems are on it too. That's okay. How do you know? That's not an excuse for the current admin not doing it. Just, I think one thing that we need to be clear on is that not every single Democrat or Republican knows what is in the Epstein files. I think that probably Pam Bondi and Donald Trump know more about what is in the Epstein files than Joe Biden did, because they're the ones that actually, had the FBI comb through it looking for Donald Trump's name. Maybe you don't have a drug addiction, but there's a lot of people that do, unfortunately. I don't know what that refers to. Maybe is that to another comment? All right, to have your day in court. Yes. Who gives a bleep about what could have happened before? It doesn't matter, and it's just deflecting blame from the bleeps leading us now. Yeah, that's really what it's tantamount to. And that's why I say Winch is right and Winch is wrong. Is it releasing them or not releasing? Like, if not releasing them is wrong under Biden, why is not releasing them wrong? Not wrong now. Like, using these whataboutisms is nonsensical. Like, you're accusing me of having a double standard to defend the double standard that you have and I don't. I never said don't release the Epstein files. I know. I can tell you're joking. You seem cool. Justice shouldn't only come when it's convenient for Democrats. I agree. Also, justice shouldn't only come when it's convenient for Republicans. Drug addiction is bad around here. Not Sanders' drug addiction. I don't know what that's referring to. Oh, wow. Are you from Canada, SecGen? I've gotten a couple of British spellings for things here. Biden had the most secure borders. Well, I don't think, let's be honest. Nothing has changed with border security. When I think of borders, could Mexico have invaded us with their military under Joe Biden? That's what I think of when I think of border security. Did Joe Biden actually follow the laws when it came to allowing people to seek asylum? Yes. Does Donald Trump do that? No. What I can say is that Donald Trump doesn't follow the law and Joe Biden did. As far as border security goes, Mexico was not any more or less able to invade us now than they were 4 years ago or 8 years ago or 12 years ago. We do depend on that labor, though, Zach. And I'm not trying to justify slave labor. Actually, I am trying to say we need to change our immigration laws so that two of the big concerns about undocumented immigrants working here can be resolved. One, if we change our immigration laws, it can change it so that they don't lower the wage floor for Americans that are working those jobs. Number two, it can also resolve underpaying them and taking advantage of them. The problem is not like when you talk about slave labor, it's sort of like deliberately hyperbolic use of emotive language. If they come over here of their own free will and do a job that they want to do for money that they are getting paid, that's not slave labor. A 10, 15-year immigration is too long. I don't know what that means. Here's what I know. If somebody comes over, let's say you have a guy, let's say we changed our immigration laws. And so you have, Juan Carlos comes over here from Mexico and he works this same farm consistently for 10 or 15 years. And as he does, he's a hard worker, and he learns things, and he learns English. And so after 5 years, he gets a promotion. He's goes from just regular field hand to like he's a supervisor now. And he starts to work his way up the ladder, and he's really good at his job. He helps the farm become more and more efficient. And the farmer really likes him. The farmer is actually making money off of him, and he is making money off of the farmer. It's a symbiotic relationship where they both help one another. And as he works all this time and he learns the soil and he learns the irrigation, he actually starts acquiring expertise in that. Just like if an American were doing the job. So the farmer actually also benefits from keeping that same worker year after year, just the way he would with an American worker. So let's change the laws so that both the farmer and the immigrant can benefit. I don't see how saying, oh, you can't be here for more than 10 years does that. I think if he is going to be more of a benefit after 11 years, he should be able to stay here after 11 years. We have a program for that. We have for years. We do. But the problem with that program we have is that it costs $7,000 per season more per worker than just hiring an undocumented worker. And so let's say that you have a farm that needs 10 people to grow your harvest and to reap your harvest, to pick all the strawberries. And your farm makes $50,000 a year. And now you have to pay $7,000 more for each of those workers. And so now, instead of running a $50,000 profit, you're eating a $20,000 loss. What happens? The farm goes under. So that's why they end up hiring undocumented people, because that's the only way they can keep their business afloat. Again, and a lot of these people are honest people. We try to make it, oh, well, they're just sitting there benefiting off of the, they're like the draconian types. They're just honest people trying to make an honest living. But making an honest living has become impossible because of our policy. That's why I say, let's have a real talk about changing immigration policy instead of just good guying, bad guying all of this. Not every undocumented worker is bad, and not everyone that pays an undocumented worker is bad. We need to find a way to actually have this conversation so that immigrants cannot migrate and farmers can stay in business. We had 1.5 million. I want to say it's 1.5 million, or is it 1.9? I think it's 1.9 million privately owned farms, small farms in 1980. We're down to 1.5 million. We lost 400,000 or 500,000. I'll check on the numbers, but I think we've lost 500,000. I know we've lost 500,000 small farms since 1980. And we're on pace to lose another 400,000 by 2030. So this is a real problem, where private farms are losing their business. Private farmers are losing their farms, literally losing their farms. Let the animals eat the. Suppose that you get the chicken vote. We should be happy they are willing to do that work. We should be. Machines already milk cows, but the machines don't get the cow into place, Josh. Do you think the cow just walks up there all on his own, and then the thing just attaches itself and it turns itself on? You think they have like a little cow assembly line? Who do you think operates the machines, Josh? Or Hosea, I'm sorry. Right. And they're also allowed to like come and go as they please. The immigrants. The immigrants aren't being forced to stay there, They're there voluntarily for money that they're making, like you say. Why don't you have some people that voted for Trump who's going to do it since they believe that somebody else stole their job? Yeah, it's never it's always the liberals that are staying at home that won't go do the jobs. Uh, so what happens is to qualify for this program that somebody else mentioned, you first have to advertise for 30 days in local papers to try and get the job filled. And then when the job doesn't get filled, then you can qualify to get somebody for a visa. Then once you get that visa, you have to pay for that visa. Then you have to advertise elsewhere to get somebody to come up, which is why most of the undocumented migrants that work on farms are working on in are from Mexico because it's closer. Because then what happens is once you get them the job, they have to go to the embassy and apply for the visa. You have to pay for the visa. And then once they come over here, you have to pay for their transportation. You have to pay for their room and board while they're here, as well as pay them the same amount of money that you would pay for an American without having to pay for their room and board. And so it actually costs you more money to pay for them than to pay for an American, and you can't find an American to do the job. Large corporate farms are able to get around this more because because so much of this stuff is like one and done. Like they only have to pay for the visa one time for everybody. They only have to pay for, like, instead of paying for individual bus tickets, they can just charter a bus and have a whole busload of people. And they can have barracks built where they stay. And then once those barracks are built, everybody stays there and eats the same, like in like what that TV show about. Anyway, they have their barracks and everybody stays in these barracks. They don't have to pay for rent and food and all of that. And so it's like cheaper for the corporate farms than it is for the private farms. And plus a lot of the corporate farms are much more automated, and so they need fewer people to run it. Well, but they're not necessarily greedy owners, dude. They're people that just want to keep their farm in business. There are some things, so they are automating almost everything, but they aren't. Soybeans can be automated. Wheat can be automated. Corn can be automated. Strawberries can't be automated. There are some products which are just not able to be automated. Most of those are the things where you really have to pick. Like, you can't automate strawberries. There's no automation of strawberries. Do you like strawberries? I like strawberries. Do you like strawberries, Kitty? Anyway, like, instead of just resorting to pat answers, like, actually try and engage in a real conversation and just assume, just for 1 minute, that there is something you don't know. Machines replacing jobs. It's MAGA all for socialism. Yes, and again, how do the cows attach these things to themselves? How do they learn that? Does somebody train them? Yes, they're not sitting there literally squeezing the udder, but they still have to be attached to the machines. Again, this is a dairy farmer that said who will milk our cows. I think that the dairy farmer knows more about milking cows than you do, Spirit. You have the farmers going to go to business because they voted against. Yeah, they bet their farm on it and they lost their farm. But I still, I'll still try to defend it because it's in our best interest that they stay in business. It's not just them that suffer if like, we lose all our strawberry farms. Everybody that wants to eat strawberries is going to have to pay more money for strawberries. Let Trump milk the cows. Now there's a mental image I don't need. Try to explain business to lazy people. They want everything given to them by the people who work. I don't know what that means. And I don't know who you think are lazy and who you think are working. Unless all your family members are in another country, they're sending our money to another country. That's not true either. I'm not going to go into a big, long conversation about that, but it's just not true. The biggest con, you know who's sending a bunch of money to other countries is Donald Trump. The biggest con was tricking Americans into thinking slave wage immigrants are taking their money. Slave wage is kind of an oxymoron, but yeah. And I do think that I think it's like about $3 to $4 an hour, depending on what kind of job it is. They do tend to make less than Americans, but it's not as much less as people make it. They're not out there plucking strawberries for $3 an hour. They're out there plucking strawberries, like for $15 an hour instead of $19 an hour. But that's another thing that immigration reform is what we need. Not do we need immigration or not is not the question. We do need immigration. That's an objective fact. How much we need, where we need it. The other thing, like we've been talking about agricultural jobs only. There's I think it's an H-2A and H-2B visa, and I think H-2A is the agriculture one, and then the H-2B visa is non-agriculture, and these are temporary work visas. And let me. There's a cap. There's no cap on H-2A visas, but there is a cap on H-2B visas. And okay, the cap is $66,000 per fiscal year. And the vast majority of undocumented migrants who are on H-2B visa or who work in jobs would be on H-2B visas. Like they don't qualify for H-2A visas. H-2A visas is only agriculture, and we've only talked about agriculture. But the construction workers, which I think undocumented migrants, depending on where you're at, make up roughly 30% of the workforce. You've got healthcare industry. You've got all kinds of jobs that they do that nobody else wants to do. Like you don't have Americans swarming the hotels to become maids. And the reason that they do these jobs is these are the jobs nobody else wants to do. We're not telling them to do these jobs. They're doing these jobs because nobody wants them, and nobody wants them because they suck. But there's jobs that still need to be done, right? Like you still need somebody to come and make your bed when you stay at a hotel. We still need people to build houses and hang sheetrock and paint. And yes, there are Americans that do that job. And yes, the wage floor is lowered because of undocumented workers. But we need to reconcile those two things. How do we get undocumented workers? How do we get migrant workers instead of undocumented? How do we make undocumented migrant workers into just migrant workers? Well, we only have 66,000 out of about 8 million jobs. Only about 66,000 of those have an actual H-2B visa. And so when you just say deport them, you're deporting the workforce of a lot of U.S. businesses, and a lot of those U.S. businesses will go under when you deport them. Like these are real. Like I know it's easy to just yell slogans, but it's difficult to have conversations. And deport them is not an effective solution. How do we actually solve the problems? Like Do you want the U.S. hotel industry to face a crisis? We're already talking about, the 25% decline in tourism from overseas. Now you're talking about, also slashing the labor force. Whether they're here legally or not, it's still their labor. So what happens when we collapse the U.S. tourist industry? Is that good for America or bad for America? Like, actually follow through and have logical thinking in your head, if it's possible. Yes, exactly my point. Therefore, how many deports inflicts a negative stimulant upon the yes, exactly. We're hurting our economy right now. Where were the first of all, Obama didn't deport 10 times the criminals. He did do deportations. And the question here is, Barack Obama never had ICE agents pulling over women and shooting them in the face 3 times. And it's not about deportations or not deportations or immigrants or not immigrants. And there's all kinds, like, Obama didn't deport 10 times the criminals. If he did, you would give him credit for that, right? You wouldn't say he shouldn't have deported them. Just what happens is you have different categories of people. One, what Barack Obama did was deport people that were crossing over when they crossed over. And he also, but he also, like, had DACA, to where children who were brought over when they were like 3 and then grew up here and didn't even know that they were here illegally could stay. And he tried to get this through Congress. Like, if you are a child who, you came here when you were a child, you had no, like, what was the 3-year-old supposed to do? Stomp her feet and say, "No, Daddy, it's wrong"? So people that didn't know anything other than being an American could continue to live here. Like, there's a moral question too. And we need to have these conversations. The other thing that happens, and this goes back even before Obama, goes all the way back to Bush, first Bush, is that when people crossed over, or when people that were here illegally, that were the, like, real worst of the worst, the ones that actually committed crimes, and they would go to jail and they would serve their time. When their time was up, what happens is the state, whether it's California or Minnesota or Texas or Florida, doesn't have the ability to deport people. That's a federal job. And so they would notify ICE, and ICE would say, well, and pre-ICE, whoever took care of that, I forget the agency, DNS, I think, they would be responsible for coming and picking up that prisoner and then deporting them. But they wouldn't do it. And it's been a consistent problem. Right now, there are about 1.5 million undocumented immigrants who are walking around on the streets who were convicted felons and should not be in our country. There are about 1.5 million of them that are just wandering around the streets in all 50 states because the federal government never picked them up and deporting them after they finished their prison sentence. And so you say, well, why are they allowed out? And it's because they served their sentence, and the state doesn't have the ability to detain people for immigration status. They can only turn them over to ICE and let ICE do it. And so this is actually a federal problem with the administration of actually picking these people up and deporting them the way that they're supposed to be. And that's gone back to, decades. And so if you ask them why they're not doing it, and they say, oh, it's a funding issue. Well, they just got record funding. And rather than use that funding to actually get the worst of the worst, the way that Trump said they were going to do, they go around harassing people on the streets of Minnesota. Why aren't they picking up the worst of the worst? Why aren't they apprehending these 1.5 million people? Less than 10% of the people that they have arrested, I think it's around 8.5% of the people they've arrested, are actually on this list of the worst of the worst. So why aren't they doing that? That should be the question you're asking. Do you want the worst of the worst running about, or do you want ICE agents shooting shooting moms in the face? My most honest question to that is that it didn't happen. That is just a made up thing. He did not allow 10 to 20 million people into the country. You're conflating a number of different things. Mostly you're conflating encounters, which without including deportations. And then there's also like the 10 to 20 million. Like when you have a range of like 10 to 20 million, then you know there's some made up numbers involved there, right? The number, and I discussed this earlier, the number of people that crossed under Biden was actually how many? Okay, let me. Okay. I'm going to ask it, how many border encounters were there under Biden? How many were allowed entry? How many were deported? Okay. So I'm just, and all of these numbers will come from the official government sources, but just so I can give you an honest reason or an honest answer to the question, even though the question itself, it's got to take care of that. So I'll get back to you in a second. All right. Don't go away. I'm going to answer your question. If you pay taxes and aren't allowed to get services, that taxes. Yeah, the undocumented migrants end up being a net benefit to the federal budget. And the issue is exactly where Trump v. had blurred the line between documented illegals. Yes. There's a difference between an illegal immigrant and a person requesting asylum, which is where a lot of the confusion comes from. Okay, so it's done. Sorry, they had to archive the conversation because it was getting too long. That's not true at all. Like I love it when they say things like how stupid you are, and then they say something else as a follow-on that is wrong. Inflation, like they have inflation in several categories. Only one of those categories is food. Okay, he deported less than 1 million. That is not true. That's just denied entry. Are you also including the ones that were denied entry? Okay. The United States provided protection. Okay. Total border encounters. All right. So let's just share this screen and actually look at the facts. Like, I know that some people don't like facts and they get allergic to facts. I hope this doesn't give you hives or anything, but let's take a look at what the actual facts are. Total and border encounters under Biden since the start of fiscal year 21, Custom and Border Control has recorded more than 10.9 million encounters nationwide. This is where you get the 11 million figure, right? That's the total number of encounters. Authorities carried out 8.6 million encounters from January 21 through October of 2024 at the southwest border specifically. These encounter numbers include repeat attempts by the same individuals, illegal border crossings averaging around 2 million per year from 2021 to 2023. How many were allowed entry? At least 6.3 million migrant encounters at and between ports of entry since Biden took office in January 2021 resulted in more than 2.4 million migrants allowed into the country. So now we're down to 2.4 million. Went from 20 million to 2.4 million. Government statistics show that in the initial processing of millions encounters, 2.5 million people have been released into the U.S. through October of 2023. However, most of these individuals are in active removal proceedings in immigration court in which they can claim asylum as a defense against removal. The 1.1 million deportations since the beginning of fiscal year 21 through February 2024 are on pace to match the 1.5 million deportations carried out during the 4 years President Donald Trump was in office. So you have some that were denied entry, and then you have actual removals as another category. You can't just look at denied entry and say that because they were denied entry, they were allowed in, because they were quite the opposite. 2.8 million were removed or returned directly from CBP custody through October. The vast majority of them under Title 42 public health law during the pandemic. Total DHS reparations were 3.7 million, which included removals by ICE. Combining deportations with exclusions and other actions to block immigrants without permission to enter the United States, the Biden administration's nearly 4 million repatriations are already more than any single presidential term. So, Joe Biden removed more illegal immigrants than any presidential term in American history. All right? That's a fact. In fiscal year 2024, specifically, deportations reached 271,484 in 2024, the highest single total year in recent years. So, those are the facts. He deported more than 1 million, but when you factor in removals and deportations, it becomes more. The United States provided protection to 54,350 asylees during 2023, including 22,300. Okay. So then there's applications, 89,706 applications. And the rest are in removal proceedings. So it's a lot more complicated than Joe Biden let them in. Basically, what Joe Biden has done is followed. What Joe Biden did is what the law says. So if you don't like what he's doing, then change the law. That's why I say we need to have an actual conversation about what the actual laws are instead of just screaming nonsense into the wind. So the entire Democrat. Wait, is this a continuation of some sort of rant? Okay, the Democratic power structure does not depend on illegal immigrants and fraud. I mean, that's just That's a non-starter for even a conversation. The police don't help anyone in the woke cities. Again, a non-starter for a conversation. Come to the take. I live in Texas, dude. Yeah, we haven't talked at all today about the 25% tariff that he's threatening on Europe again if they don't let us have Greenland. It's just it's like stop or I'll punch my mom. Okay. Um I don't know what I've lied about, but again, I've routinely said if you have facts that I'm wrong on, correct me on the facts. And like somebody said that California grows coffee. I looked it up. California does grow coffee. Now, true, that coffee costs $10 an ounce, and it's nowhere near enough to replace the coffee supply we have. And, you know, but I admit it, California grows coffee. I did not know that. I learned something new. Americans don't want to grow those. This is not a new thing. Immigrants have been doing the lowest jobs since before we were founded. I mean, they had indentured servants doing those jobs in the 1600s because the people that owned the houses didn't want to do them. No, this is again, I don't know who you are, Alaskan Apple, but I would like you to engage in a little logical honesty here. One of the reasons that I am saying, and I want you to like understand this, one of the reasons I am saying that we need immigration reform is because illegal immigrants are lowering the floor. Precisely for that reason. Sounds like you believe made up things. I don't know what things I have made up that I believe, but feel free to correct me on any facts. The Minnesota police are not being forced to stand down. That, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not forcing anybody to stay in this chat. Waltz literally said he was going to deploy National Guard. He did not literally say he's going to deploy. He put National Guard on standby. And he wasn't who was he talking about using them on, Zach? You are a brainwashed fool speaking. Okay. All right. So do you have anything of substance? KKK was yes, it was well, it wasn't just Democrats. It was both Republicans and Democrats. It was a racist group that I condemn. It has nothing to do with the current Democratic Party. If Trump's like so by let's just follow through this. You're sitting there saying who will pick our cotton. You know who the MAGAs in this group. You know what Lincoln wanted to do? Lincoln wanted to send the freed slaves back to Africa. And that's where you got who will pick our cotton. It wasn't actually a reaction to freeing slaves. It was a reaction to sending slaves back to Africa. So are you saying that you Republicans' current platform is that we should send all the blacks back to Africa? Are you a racist? Or is it possible, just possible, maybe, that the national conversation from 1865 is not the current conversation we should be having? Food is high because the Biden administration hated Trump more than it loved us. Biden tried to go cold turkey off. We had record fuel production under Joe Biden. Stormy Daniels was Trump. Well, nobody attacked law enforcement. She was not a professional protester. It was okay for Obama to deport. Nobody's complaining that Trump is deporting people. This is the straw man argument, right? That Trump is deporting people. And that's what we're mad about. That's not what we're mad about. Show me where Democrats are mad about, like people being deported. The whole question, the whole conversation here is whether or not they're being deported without due process and whether or not the right to protest still exists. She was not a domestic terrorist, and she wasn't obstructing ICE, and she didn't hit a federal officer. Don't believe the stupid he had internal bleeding thing. You have to get hit by a car to have internal bleeding. She died. Yes, because Obama gave due process. Coming from a soft hand person who wants cheap labor. Yeah. You know who wants labor, period, is the farmers that own the farms. You ignored the part she didn't follow him all day. There's absolutely no evidence of that. And she had just dropped her kid off at school. And she did have her kid or her dog in the back seat. This is a made up thing that she followed him all day. You are believing things without any evidence at all. So Antifa means there is no evidence that Renee Good broke any laws, by the way. Yeah. The witness says that she was just trying to turn around. But you're a lefty who thinks attacking agents is okay. No, I don't. But the fact that you have to put this false statement out there to prove your point proves you don't have a point. Her girl, no, the only reason, okay, first of all, her girlfriend is her wife, not a girlfriend, was allowed to talk back to federal agents. And she did drop her kid off before that. She drove to school with her wife in the car and her dog in the back seat. Dropped her kid off at the school. She was coming home from having dropped her kid off at school. She saw the ICE agents up ahead and all that activity, said, I don't want to deal with all this, and then stopped, and she was trying to conduct a 3-point turn and pull out. Then after she backed up, and this is where the video starts, you see the cars start trying to drive past her. And you can hear her saying, just go by. All right, go ahead. I'm just trying to pull out. You can hear her say that. And so they drive past her. Jonathan Ross actually drove past her, parked his car, got out, and came over and started harassing her. You can't say that she was preventing him from driving past. And by the way, I hear people saying, well, she was trying to block one lane and blah, blah, blah. It was a one-way street. And all she was trying to do is turn around and pull out. And she says, just go ahead. I'm just trying to pull out. He got out, started acting all manly man, exercising his extra testosterone. Her wife got out, talked some smack, which is legal. I don't see any law against talking smack to ICE agents. Then she tried to pull out. He walked in front of the car against DHS policy. Then, as she was pulling out and clearly avoided hitting him, he threw himself on the hood of the car, which is that crunching sound you hear when the phone hits it, and fired a bullet through the front windshield into her face. And he was from the front side of the car. He was not in the car's path when he pulled the trigger. So we know for a fact that he was not in any danger. And we know for a fact that he was from the side because we can see his feet on the left side of the car when he fired all 3 shots. He murdered her. And her girlfriend talking smack to agents is not a reason, or her wife is not a reason to murder her. That is all that she was doing, and the pig murdered her. He did. This is top irony, but ICE detained 3 members of the national. Yes, that's yeah. They weren't white, so they must be immigrants. They actually detained 3 members of the Dakota Indian tribe. Actually, I don't know if they call themselves Sioux now, or Sioux is. I don't know if you know this. This is just a fun little history thing I picked up while I lived there. Sioux is actually means snake, and it's what the Cheyennes called them. And what they called themselves is Dakota, which means friend. And, you know, at least when I was there, it was a big thing that they preferred to be called Dakota, and Sioux is kind of a slur from like the Cheyenne. The Cheyennes just referred to them as snakes, which is not exactly a flattering thing. You don't see anybody calling themselves the snakes. They found Antifa. I don't know if you know this. They found Antifa. She was living with Uncle Tifa. Yeah, Aunt Tifa. So, all right. Was not the first time she blocked traffic. Yes, it was. And she wasn't blocking traffic. She was trying to turn around. Like, I know that you guys have this like right wing little thing where you guys, you know, bubble where you guys just repeat the same things over and over again that aren't true. She did not block traffic. And she doesn't have a history of blocking traffic. There's no footage of her following around ICE all day. Like, that would be such. Who took this footage? Some drone pilot that was just like fascinated with this one Honda pilot. Like, why would they be filming her following ICE around? Like, it doesn't even make sense. There's not even a logical reason to have any interest in that woman at all. Oh, yes, I missed. She wasn't blocking the road and laying on her horn continuously. No, I don't. I ignored the AI fake video. The children that were, and I paid more attention to what the actual roommate said. And by the way, honking your horn is legal. And she wasn't blocking traffic because people could go around her. There were children locked in cages. That was under Obama, but yet okay. There were children detained under Obama and children that were detained under Trump in his first term. But there is a big difference. The children that were detained under Obama were detained temporarily while they tried to find a permanent, or, you know, like a temporary home for them. They were there for like 3 or 4 days. Under Trump, they were separated from their parents. Under Obama, they came over by themselves. They were unaccompanied minors. And the reason for that was back when Bush was president, they passed a law that if you were an unaccompanied minor, you could be given asylum. Which that had to do with sex trafficking. And so what they found is like people didn't want to testify against the sex traffickers because they'd get deported. And so what they did is they said, okay, we'll grant you asylum if you're an unaccompanied minor. And then that got people to testify against the people that were trying to traffic them. Then what happened is it got word of this caught on in Central America. And so parents started sending their kids up unaccompanied so that they could cross the border and grant and request asylum. So there was this swell of kids that were coming over requesting asylum all of a sudden. There wasn't anywhere to keep them. So they built these huge facilities that had chain link, walls. And the reason they had chain link walls is because this was like they had these, in the border between Texas and America. I don't know if you're aware of this. It can get hot in the summer, and so they need air conditioning. But if you have something like with regular concrete walls or sheetrock walls or whatever, that blocks ventilation. Chain links don't. And so it was a lot easier. It was a lot faster to build these facilities with links and then have kids staying there for a few days. And they didn't have enough facilities, and they were trying to build them, and it was a big thing. And there's an agreement, I think it's called the Flores Agreement, where you could only keep them for so many days. And there were some that were kept beyond that amount of days, and Biden got some criticism for that. But Biden's goal was to get rid of the children, not like to put those children in homes. It was not to keep them there. And they arrived without their parents. Under Trump, what Trump did is he took kids who were arriving with their parents, separating from their parents, and then putting them in those same places. And for a lot longer than the Flores Agreement. He was putting them there for months, even years. So what happened then is when Trump was doing that, some of the pictures from when the kids that were held there under Obama, some people started spreading those as this is what's happening under Trump, which it was happening under Trump, but it was entirely different and worse. So it's not that Trump wasn't keeping kids in cages. Trump was keeping them. And the word cages is a hyperbolic word. I don't agree with that word. Like, the reason that they had chain link fences was to facilitate the air conditioning. It wasn't to, like keep them pinned up in cages. Yes, her wife said, "Drive, baby, drive." I don't think that means what you think it means. I think it means drive, baby, drive, which is, as far as I can tell, a legal statement. No, she didn't. No, she wasn't. Okay. Because she got out. No, I see. I'm just scrolling through a lot of the stuff that's just been stuff I've already discussed. No ICE agents do not have the absolute immunity from the state level. Yes. They don't have absolute immunity from state level prosecutions for crimes, while they possess federal protections like qualified immunity. Okay, so let's talk about this. This is a good point. First of all, there's something called qualified immunity, which protects you from being sued if you're a police officer. And some things are, there are certain situations where qualified immunity applies. In the history of the courts, shooting somebody in a car when it's not in the direct, when you're not in the direct path of the vehicle, is not qualified immunity. You don't get qualified immunity for that. He fired all 3 bullets from the side. If you put yourself in the path of the car, you don't get qualified immunity. He walked in front of the car not once but twice. So he put himself in that situation, then got to safety before he fired the first shot, fired 2 more into her face. He does not get, he is not, based on legal precedent and court history, he is not allowed qualified immunity. Imagine not everyone. I've watched the video many times. She said, "Go ahead, I'm just pulling out." They had 3 other encounters. No, they didn't. She wasn't filming. He was filming. And provoking officers is fine. There is nothing illegal about talking smack to an ICE officer. He didn't have to be there. He didn't have to stop his car. He didn't have to pull out. He didn't have to shoot her in the face. Like, if she was a protester, she has a right to protest. Maybe she shouldn't have been. Yeah, see, this is, but you're not a goose stepper, I'm sure. Everybody should just do what the state police say and what the police state says, and then nobody has to worry about anything. As long as you do what Trump says, you can live peacefully and not get shot in the face 3 times. Yes, that doesn't sound at all like something a Nazi fascist would say. I only know it's hard. Except being wrong, getting sucked in the garbage caps lock does not make. Okay, hang on. Kitty's got a. Sorry, Kitty, the link you shared with me, I have to. I don't have access. It's a paywall. Ashley broke into a federal building through a window and was, yes, and it's like amazing how the people that like say that I guess having an idling car and trying to pull out into traffic is like not protest is protesting, and it deserves to get shot, but just, like trying to crawl through a barricaded door, the window of a barricaded door that you just broke open, while people behind you are screaming, hang Mike Pence, and Mike Pence is like less than 50 yards away. That is protected speech. But sitting in an idling car waiting to pull into a lane is like grounds to be killed. Trump signed to release the files. I'm not the one making it about Trump. Why doesn't he do it? He signed the files, right? He signed the law. Now, admittedly, a law that not signing it would have been veto, a veto would have been overwritten the next day. But Ashley Who sounds like the name of a domestic terrorist that tried to. I don't understand how people can be okay with Renee Good being murdered, but then say that Ashley Babbitt was murdered. Yeah, except that she didn't run over an agent. Like, she didn't run over an agent. That's where your whole argument there kind of falls apart. Is, like the whole it didn't happen part. At what point was he on his back? At what point was he injured by the car? I know that the Christy Noem, who also said he was digging his car out of ice, and that there was a riot going on. She didn't run over him. He walked in front of a car. And by the way, that little segment that you guys love so much, that shows her hitting him, was sped up to make it look worse. Wow. Okay, I'm like way behind again. Sorry. Skipping up just to get caught up. You are an idiot. Oh, if I got paid every time somebody told me I'm an idiot with the "you're" not spelled correctly, I would be a rich man. All right. Again, if you want to say I'm an idiot, fine. I'm okay with that. But if you're going to call me an idiot, be grammatically correct in doing so. That would be like we've got a T-shirt that I've got to release. Kitty helped me design. It says, the that an apostrophe is a difference between knowing your poop and knowing your poop. Okay, so yeah. So speaking of Kitty, she wants me to bring this up. 8 EU countries to be charged 10% tariff for opposing U.S. control of Greenland. This is Donald Trump is like just trying to set world policy for every country in the world. And I think he's got a time limit on that, and then it's going to go up to 25%. So this is what I mean when I say, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to punch myself in the face. We consumers, we Americans are the ones that end up paying that price. And Europe, by the way, does also pay a price. Yeah, he filmed himself walking in front of the car. Yes. Please don't use the R word. I know that you think it's okay and acceptable and all of that, but on my channel, it's not. I don't use disabilities as slurs, and I don't use dehumanizing language. I won't call you maggots or anything like that. I think that we need to treat other people as other people. Okay, there was no body cam. All right, there was no body cam. There was his cell phone footage, and the cell phone footage shows him walking in front of the car. The cell phone footage, literally, he filmed himself walking in front of the car and then filming inside of the car and filming her turn the steering wheel away from him. Yeah, he slammed his phone on the car. He switched the phone from his right hand to his left hand. Then he slammed his phone. As she was pulling out, he leaned over on the front hood from the left side and shot her in the face. This is according to the footage. Like they've done all these 3D modelings and stuff like that. And this, you can see it very clearly. It explains why from one very specific angle it looks like it. Because it's like when a Hollywood actor, like when you do the fake punch and you roll the actor, the Hollywood punch where they roll the chin, and if you look at it from a certain angle, it looks like they're getting punched when they're not actually getting punched. That is the angle where it looks like he's getting hit. So that's why it looks like he gets hit from that one angle. It's just his momentum and the car's momentum are synchronized, but that's why it looks like he's not getting hit in other angles. And that explains why there's so much confusion about whether he got hit or not. Is that there's this optical illusion. But he was on the side of the car when he got hit. We know this because his feet are by the front left tire when he fired the first shot. Yes, because he slammed the car, the camera on the car. Look, again, I'm all for, I don't try and correct people's grammar unless they're insulting my intelligence. If you're going to insult my intelligence without being grammatically correct, you deserve to get slammed for it. If you told me YOU apostrophe RE an idiot, then I would just compliment you on your grammar. See, and yeah, that, you can, but I can mock you for it. I can mock you for not knowing how apostrophes work. If you're going to insult my intelligence, I get to mock you for not knowing how to insult me as an idiot. See, like Matthew here, I will give him credits, one, for the proper use of the apostrophe, and two, for the ironic, deliberate misspelling of the word idiot. Like, I appreciate the humor and the apostrophe. Oh, look, a transgender joke about a murdered woman. It looked like he shot her in the face to me. And he shot her 3 times. I haven't seen any autopsy or anything. Yes, she was ordered out of the vehicle illegally. He is an ICE officer. He has no authority to enforce local traffic control. So he illegally ordered her to do something. You have, and this is where things matter, dude. Like honestly, you have 170 citizens who have been illegally detained by ICE. Some for days, some for 30 days. And you got this irate ICE agent yelling that you need to get out of your car illegally. Do you think that she felt safe? I don't know what the rights. Sometimes I feel like we're in the middle of a time war and the bad guys won. Okay. Oh, records medics found. So okay, so according to this, this is interesting. Thanks for sharing this. See, I learned something new every day. Okay, let's hide that. Okay. So according to this, they found gunshot wounds to her chest, forearm, and head. So she was only shot 1 time in the face. When paramedics, and this is the other thing, is the records reveal that when paramedics arrived, they found Good unresponsive with a weak pulse. According to the Minneapolis Fire Department incident report, medics found 2 apparent gunshot wounds to the patient's right chest, 1 to the forearm, and another possible wound to the head. Video of the shooting shows the federal agent fired 3 shots into Grenade Goods SUVs. So another thing that I think was relevant to all this is that she wasn't obviously a danger at that point. Why did they deny her medical assistance? Like, at what point do you stop just defending everything that, you know, is anybody that's against Trump for any reason and says anything negative about Trump, you automatically have to take the other side of. Was it okay for her to be denied medical access while she's literally dying? No, it's a cell phone. It's a cell phone. You don't walk around. He was holding a cell phone. My goodness. And then your semantics are retarded, and you just totally you used the wrong your, and you forgot your apostrophe. And then you used the R word. I've asked you not to use the R word. Like slurs get you banned from my channel. No, it wasn't a lawful order. He illegally ordered her to get out of the car. ICE agents do not have any authority to arrest somebody for a traffic enforcement. He did not have the legal authority to tell her to get out of the car. So it was not a lawful order. He gave her an illegal order. Okay, that's all right. Just If you use the R word again, you're banned. Yeah, that's kind of like ICE ended up blocking the road more than anybody. And what was she blocking? If she was blocking the road and preventing them from doing something, why didn't they just drive past her and then go do the thing that they were supposed to be doing? She didn't stomp on her gas. She eased out. And she was looking at him. He made eye contact with her. He was watching her steer the steering wheel. You guys, like, honestly, if you really believe Renee Good was trying to murder him, then you're just, I don't even want to say stupid. You're too, what's the word I'm looking for? You're a religious fanatic, is what you are. You are so devoted to the Trump cult that you cannot see reality anymore. Because it doesn't exist. There is no body camera. Okay. All right. Let me just explain it this way. You know how you know for a fact he doesn't have a body camera? Because in all the other footage where he's running around, walking around, holding his cell phone and recording it, in all the other recordings of him, there's no body camera on his body. Where is the body camera that's supposedly doing the recording? When you wear a body camera, you can actually see the camera. So he's not wearing a body camera. He's walking around holding a phone. The footage of everything is actually obviously from his phone. And you're going to sit there and you're going to quibble over whether or not he had a body camera. It's not a body camera. It's a cell phone. If she was told to stop and get out, doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Because he's not allowed to tell her to stop and get out. Anyway, I'm so tired of arguing with this stupid point. Or maybe, I skipped over it. Somebody said, if people keep telling you about it, maybe it's true. Or maybe it's just a repeated lie. This, like, if you don't believe a lie, if your lie gets repeated often enough, then people will believe it's true. And now it's like, if you don't believe the lie, it's true. But I wouldn't expect you to be honest when you can't even be intellectually honest on what happened. But I am being intellectually honest on what happened. I don't know who you're talking to. If you're talking to me, what happened is he tried to drive. He drove past her, got out of his car, came over to her, acted like a manly man, and then shot her 3 times for trying to leave. I'm done with you. That he wasn't wearing a body camera. The angle. He wasn't wearing a body camera. And yes, you can see body cameras. My goodness. Oh, she was joking. I didn't realize that joking was grounds for lethal force. I don't think she was joking. She said, "Don't worry, I'm not mad at you, bro." Or no, she just said, "You're just doing your job. I'm not mad at you, bro." And while she's like laughing and smiling. That's not like a death threat as far as I can tell. He drove past her. He literally drove past her. Therefore, they're not blocking the road. You're right. You can't drive past somebody that's blocking the road. So if he drove past her, she wasn't blocking the road. You're almost there. You're almost there. If you try a little bit harder, you can get there. How do you think we feel having to deal with you? I bet you think that other countries pay tariffs still. What were they obstructing? What obstruction is a crime? Under what circumstances were they obstructing? What was there some sort of operation going on? What was the operation? Why were they just driving past when they encountered her? Looking, honestly, we should have an, because I can tell from the pitch of your voice. Oh, that you have. It wasn't blocking traffic if they can drive past her. He is 100% legally allowed to order out or anyone if the way they're, except she wasn't obstructing an investigation or impeding them. There's specific language to that, and she wasn't doing anything. If he can drive past her, how is he impeding her? He drove past her before he parked his car and got out of it. So the whole idea that she was being arrested for obstructing traffic is debunked by the fact that he drove past her. Yeah, there's, like, if you look, most ICE agents don't have, like, to clarify, um, okay, so just gonna, thanks, Kitty, for sharing this. Okay, so this is just to put this stupid conversation to rest. Sirens blaring in the background. He approaches and circles goods vehicle in the middle of the road while apparently filming on his cell phone. Okay, cell phone. That's it. End of conversation. It was his cell phone. It wasn't a body cam, and it's just dumb to argue about. It was obviously a cell phone. You can tell by the angle of it. You can tell by, like a bunch of different things. By the fact that in other cameras, you can see it. Oh, and by the way, there's even like parts where his reflection in the paint of the car is seen, and he's holding a cell phone. He filmed himself filming with the cell phone. You want to sit there and you want to argue about that? It was a retaliation, and Ross planned to murder her when his tramp works, and it worked for him. I don't know about that either. I just have a feeling Jonathan Ross is the kind of guy that beats the shit out of his wife when she doesn't have dinner ready on time. And like, I don't think he takes no from women well. And he does have a domestic charge arrest on him. She had no right to, all right. She doesn't need a right or a reason to be there. She doesn't need to defend why she is at the location he decided to murder her in. Like, the whole idea Like, and it's like, you guys wonder why we call you fascists. And well, you wouldn't have been murdered if you weren't at the place you were when I murdered you. Or if you would just do whatever the police tell you. But Ashley Babbitt, yeah, these Nazis would use the law. Yeah. The Nazis weren't there legally anymore when they were getting arrested either. You guys are like literally defending, show me your papers, and wondering why we call you Nazis. She was from Colorado. She had been living in Missouri. She had moved to Minnesota about 9 months before. If you think that she drove from Missouri to Minnesota to drop her kids off at school, then you're kind of dumb. Well, her one kid. I think the other two kids live with their dad. Well, then she wasn't far from her kids. She should have been. Yes, yes. I bet you think that, don't you? If women just did their womanly duty and stayed at home with their kids, she wasn't being arrested for, yes. When she, why was he telling her to get out of the car? What were they even there? Why did they need a reason to be there? Oh, or who is they? Why were they even there? I don't know which they you mean. If there was a dangerous immigrant, why not call SWAT for backup and set up roadblocks? And she lived in the neighborhood. Yes. I mean, this is all like that, just the way they have made it all about her and not about him. He shot her in the face, or well, in the face, the shoulder, and the chest. She didn't drive 5 hours to be there. She had been living there for like months. She still had the Missouri license plate, but she had been living there for months. Do you think that they just drove around with no luggage or anything and the dog in the back seat all the way from Missouri to go to a protest? Why were they dropping why did their kid go to school there? And then she didn't try to hit him. And her wife said, drive, baby, drive. That doesn't mean like, if, how does she didn't, the wife didn't say, kill that bastard with your car or something. Saying drive, baby, drive is legal. Well, actually, I just wear reading glasses, but because I'm old. And no, I don't think it makes me intelligent. Just because you sound like, okay. But just because you resort to ad hominem attacks, I can assume that you don't know what you're talking about. She said, I'm just pulling out. And by the way, people were going around her. What truck that was trying to go around her? There was no, the truck stopped and got out. They got out. They didn't try to get around her. There's is it the Times? Somebody did a thing where they showed the truck could have gotten through there too. Had plenty of room. She wasn't even at all into that next lane. She was over. It was like a 2-lane road with a bike lane. She was straddling the bike lane and the first lane. She wasn't into the second lane. Oh, well, you did a low key. That is what she said joke. I didn't even mean to do that, but I try to be better in that and do those on purpose. Fascism is far right. Oh, now we're getting back into the. Did somebody say what is a fascist? Fascism is a far right MAGA, authoritarian MAGA. Like the when you tell me he's my daddy and only Trump can fix it. Yeah, that's authoritarian ideology characterized by extreme nationalism, America first, a strong central state. I can do whatever I want. A dictatorial leader, I can do whatever I want. Cult of personality, literally praying to statues of Trump and suppressing of opposition. Look at what the DOJ is doing. Yeah, I think that we pretty much squarely hit Trumpism on its head with fascism. Thanks for that posting that definition. She didn't run into him. And again, like I don't want to go through it all again. He was out of the way of the car. He had put himself in front of the way. He had put himself in front of the car, which is against DHS policy and against, anyway, she said I'm just pulling on. Yeah, I really wish Fred Trump had said that at least one more time. Morals and lawful are two totally different things. There's a pretty big the overlap in the Venn diagram tends to. There has to be something there. There are some things that are immoral and legal, and there are some things that are illegal, and there are some things that are legal and immoral, and there are some things that are moral and illegal. For instance, our immigration policy. No, I haven't made it a joke. I mean, you act like a Nazi for 10 years, and then you say you've been calling us Nazis for 10 years and laughing about it while you're building concentration camps and running around asking people for their papers and invading other countries and threatening to go to war with Europe. Yeah, at a certain point, you just got to admit you're a Nazi. Well, no, that's premeditated murder. And I think the second and third shots, the second and third bullets, he was clearly way on the side. She was not a threat to him, and he shot her 2 more times. So, number 1, he intended to kill her at that point. Number 2, when he denied medical service to her, when he ran over there after he called her and bleeping bleep, and he ran over there and took his trophy shot. I wonder, one reason I'd love to see this whole thing come to trial is because he recorded everything. If he were either a civil trial or a criminal trial, that cell phone would become discovery, would be subject to discovery, which would mean that the defense or the prosecution, depending on which kind of trial it is, not the prosecution or the plaintiff, would get access to that cell phone, which would mean we could see all his little text messages. And I wonder what ICE is texting to each other. I think if you got into the window of how these ICE agents text each other, you'd find a whole lot of really racist Nazi things going on. Yeah, it was more, she was at an angle. It's like, think of a sideways K, and she's like, like you got the K with the, so she's like this part of the K, that kind of angle. Versus a T would be perpendicular. Yeah. So yeah, commandment says thou shalt not murder. So like that, in terms of legal things, murder is both immoral and illegal. Going back a generation, there were segregation was illegal, but also like segregation was the law. Like it was illegal for a black person to drink out of the wrong fountain. That was immoral. So the law and morals don't always align. Some of you use legal terms without a shred of evidence. I don't know who, that's a sort of a vague comment. I don't even know which side you're talking, who the you is there. ICE has been engaging in illegal search and seizures. They have. There's a lot of Fourth Amendment issues with them. Just pulling over somebody because they have an accent, for instance, like the guy that was just filling up his gas and he was black, and the guy walks up to him and says, "Let me see your ID." He hadn't even said anything. So how does he know that the guy has an accent? Then the guy has an accent, and so now he's like, "Oh, show me your papers." Well, now he's black and has an accent, therefore he must be here illegally. You can't do that. Even Brett Kavanaugh is like walked that back a little bit. Same thing. Anyway, please just don't use the R word as a slur at all. All right. I do not like using people that have a disability as a slur. I don't understand why you would. And it doesn't make the video any less of evidence that she hit him, because I didn't say it did. It doesn't. She didn't hit him. That's the key point. She didn't hit him. And she wasn't trying to hit him. And he walked in front of the car. Doesn't change any of the facts. It's just, I notice when people like try to use it, like try to pretend like it's a body cam because it makes it sound more official, rather than this idiot was so busy focusing on his cell phone, he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. And that led to her getting shot. What witnesses said that? If it's out there, I don't know. But again, I think that legal observer is a legal thing. Like, you're allowed to observe ICE. And even like what obstruction means, the law is very clear. It has to be forcible. You can't just, like, honking your horn and warning immigrants is no different than flashing your high beams to let people know there's a speed trap ahead. Alerting people of law enforcement is legal. It's protected speech. And the Supreme Court has heard this. There's a case, Houston versus Hill, which is the city of Houston was, tried to pass a law making it illegal. And it was overturned by the Supreme Court. Oh, even CNN. Like, I love it when people say CNN as though that this is like some gotcha. Scott Jennings is on CNN. CNN says things that aren't true. I'm like, I don't care if it's CNN said it. Observed her letting non. How does she know what kind of vehicle? What is a government? She let Ross pass. Jonathan Ross drove past her, parked his car. His car is on the right during the video. John Ross passed her. I have not seen video of this alleged 3-minute video of her sitting there honking the horn beforehand. So I'll look into it and see if I can find it. I don't know if you have it, Kitty, but even if it exists, it's still not illegal. Okay, so there's a quote she has here. Okay, from From the Wikipedia article, no reliable reporting shows that she was engaged in a formal protest at the moment she was sought. Multiple authorities, independent analysis, and local officials described the situation differently than some official claim. Here's what the evidence shows. She was killed in a direct encounter with an ICE agent during a federal enforcement operation in Minneapolis on December 7th, 2006, as part of an expanded ICE presence in the city. There is no evidence that she was actively participating, I guess. And then the note, you ran out of characters. Thanks, Kitty, for sharing that. But yeah, I think we need to be careful here. Like, whatever video you see, are you sure that video is? I've seen like a lot of fake videos, and both sides will, I don't even want to say both sides. Fake videos happen, so question them. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, there was a video of a guy of like 4 ICE agents or 4 officers walking into a classroom and looking around, and they have all the kids put their hands up and give 2 thumbs up so they can see everybody's hands, and they walk in and they kind of look around the classroom and then they leave. And then the thing said it was from a Minneapolis school. And then, an hour, so I was like, whoa, this is not shocking. And so I shared it. Then later on, at first I asked Grok, because this was on X. I asked Grok, is this real? And then Grok said, yes, this is real footage from January 7th, the same day on which Renee Good got shot. And there was, some other protests about ICE agents, being in local schools. And because apparently this is like ICE is not traditionally going into schools. And so I shared that video. Then a couple hours later, I'm like looking at it again, and I realize, it's got a recommendation for I don't know, what are like the comments thing, or the official comment where it's like correcting the record. I forget what it's called. Anyway, I looked at that and saw that this video is actually from 2022 or something in a high school in Houston, where police officers were looking for a shooter connected to an active shooter situation. And so then I deleted my post because it was wrong. And then I posted that I had deleted that post because it was wrong, to let other people know that video was fake. Well, not fake, but being misattributed. And I think we need to like have honesty in these conversations. And that's what I try to do. I try to be honest. And if I find out that I'm wrong about something, I will correct myself. But I see, and I'm not infallible. I'll get duped too. But when I learn I'm duped, I say I'm duped, because other people are also getting duped. As far as I am aware, and according to the Wikipedia article, there's no evidence that she was participating in protest. So, okay, this is actually helpful. So Kitty just shared this with me.
Yeah.
Right?
That would be amazing.
Oops. Sorry. Okay, so this is from Instagram, and I think this is what she thinks this might be what you're referring to. But I'd like to point out something on this. Let me start it over. So this is the pilot right here, and you see she's not even, this is the bike lane, and then this is her actual lane. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but you can see her back tire is on in the bike lane, and the other lane is completely open. The lane she's supposedly blocking is not blocked. So I've never seen this video. I'm just going to watch it live with you right now. And so this is apparent. Looks like maybe somebody that lives upstairs. Oh, is there? There's people blowing whistles over here. It looks like maybe they're blowing whistles. I'm not sure who's honking, but she wasn't sitting there honking for 3 minutes. All of this is legal activity. I just want to point out, I don't know if you can hear me or that. All of this is legal activity. There is no law against that. You can see right here, you see how the cars are parked on in the same direction. That's because it's a one-way street. And people were able to drive past her. So she's not blocking traffic. I don't know if I think that might be her wife right there. It looks like maybe this. Now the car's starting to pile up because I see blocking traffic. Okay, so this does not show her doing anything illegal. I don't know how much difference that's going to make to anybody. But she was not blocking traffic, and if she was honking her horn, I don't know if they were honking at her to get out of the way or if she was honking her horn to warn people. Either way, she's not doing anything illegal. Oh boy, yes, we haven't killed you yet. You know, the poem says, you know, first they came for the communists, then they came for the socialists. So, you know, you there's a then, right? There's a person after the first group. So when we've already got like people being, you've got the federal government monitoring my social media to see if I say mean things about Donald Trump. How long before I'm not able to? You leftists are the Nazis. I'm made of rubber and you're made of glue. Bounces off me and sticks to you. That's like the number one Republican retort. Yeah, anybody that believes he had internal bleeding is gullible enough to vote for Donald Trump. I think of TDS as being the Daily Show. I refuse to yield TDS to Donald Trump. It means the Daily Show. A darn good show, by the way. That's what. I don't know what this has to do with Maduro. It's possible, like, to not like Maduro and still think that Donald Trump should have gone to Congress before he conquered them. That sounds like I can agree with that. That's a good point. That's actually a pretty good quote, dude. Yeah. I never did get around to it, but I have, let me see. Oh, I don't, this one I don't have Cheryl. But my initial plan, never got around to it, was to just talk about this today, which is all the ways that Donald Trump is violating the Constitution. He's violated 12 amendments, 44%, 23 states sued, 100 plus prosecutors have resigned rather than use their. So freedom of speech, The third one is more of a spirit of it, like by commandeering hotels and stuff with ICE agents. It's not technically military, but fundamentally it's forcing people to have militant type people against their will. Prohibition on unsearchable seizures, searches. Uh, like, for instance, I would say that authorizing ICE agents to enter homes without warrants, pretty unconstitutional. Um, and then fishing expeditions. This is like what's supposed to prevent the federal government from just being able to open up an investigation on a person and look to find a crime. The way the justice system is supposed to work is you're supposed to find a perpetrator of a crime, not look at a person and try to find a crime they committed. Fishing expeditions are supposed to be against the law, but you've got like entire communities, like the Somali community, just being blanket investigated. Lack of probable cause. Somali neighborhoods. And then you look Somali. Political dragnets. Things like what's going on with anybody that had anything to do with Trump being prosecuted for any of Trump's actual crimes. Is trying to get voter rolls from states that voted against him. Due process has been violated. Alien Enemies Act, which is just fraudulently being used. Mass deportations without hearing. U.S. Citizens have been detained. 10th state sovereignty, using the National Guard over the governor's protests, which even the Supreme Court has already warned against, or has already ruled on. It's trying to tell states how to run their elections, which is brazenly unconstitutional. State sovereign immunity. This one's a little more complicated, but by suing, this is supposed to keep one state from suing another, but he's circumventing this. The immunity paradox. Okay, birthright citizenship. Oh yeah, then like birthright citizenship, which is clearly written in the Constitution. Due process, equal protection. Anyway, I was supposed to spend a few hours going over all that, and I just have to gloss through it. But Donald Trump is just trampling all over the Constitution. And then he likes his one part. He likes Article 2 that says things it doesn't say. It's not going to trial. I don't think it is, sadly. It should go to trial. It's not going to. The only reason it's not going to trial is because they don't care about the law anymore. Oh, wow. Looks like I had a bunch of people leave. So I think we're down to, I think the bots got tired of me. Okay, I don't know, what all of that means. But I do agree that both sides have this mentality that, conform to the whole or get out of here. I think we need to allow more conversations within the Democratic Party. I think what they're doing to David Hogg is wrong. But I don't see how that's any better in the MAGA movement. I really don't. Like, you're not even Donald Trump is endorsing somebody for Senate that didn't even announce they're running because a senator voted against him one time. And that they basically just threw Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the most MAGA of all MAGAs, to the wolves because she said, hey, molesting children is bad. I don't see why those things are mutually exclusive. Those things are entirely consistent. Emily Heller literally said she was leading. Okay, I don't know. I don't see any convoys being led there. And I don't know who Emily Heller is. Yeah, because the blocks, the trolls leave in blocks. Like I'll see the followers will go from like 403 to 365 in like 1 minute. Okay, and we're almost up to 4 hours here, which is where I like to lead off. Just seeing, when I grew up, we were all striving to be a colorblind society. Then I don't know what that means. I don't think, honestly, Gob, I think the whole thing about colorblind is not the right mindset. How can you see racism if you can't see race? Like, racism exists, and we can only do that by not being colorblind. How do you see racial discrimination if you just ignore that race is a construct at all? And it's not black people made it a construct. White people made it a construct. Black people aren't the one that said, one drop makes you a black person. White people aren't the ones that came up with, segregation. And you can't just say, oh, now segregation's against the law, therefore it magically went away. We still have all kinds of racial disparity in our society. Just pretending we don't doesn't make it go away. And race blind just means pretending it all went away. Pretending it all went away just continues it. They do. And the Supreme Court has routinely declared this. And part of the reason for that is if let's say I don't like you and I'm the president. Let's say I decide Stephen Miller is an illegal immigrant and I'm going to get rid of Stephen Miller. And so I have ICE arrest him. And he's like, but I'm a citizen. And I'm like, so I don't believe you. And I deport him to Liberia or, Nigeria or Somalia or something where there's especially a lot of people that he loves. And I just fly him there and throw him in a prison in Liberia. Because, I also point out he's a terrorist. And he has no due process because he's not a citizen. Even though he is a citizen. But he has no way of establishing that because there is no due process. That's why you either have to have due process for everyone or you don't have due process for anyone. Because as long as there's a group that doesn't get due process, I can just call you a member of that group. Whether you are or not is irrelevant because the only way you have to establish that is through due process. Honestly, please, really think about that. This is not a left versus right thing or a Trump versus whatever thing. This is just logic. If I can make a subset that the law doesn't apply to, I can make that anybody a part of that subset by just making a claim. Now, we've already been through that. I bet you can't name a... I bet you I can name a person who's been murdered by an ICE agent. There are Black Latinos, all kinds of different races. This is just a lot of yelling nonsense. Do you act like there's a cogent point that's based on any type of reality? Like racism, systemic racism did not start under Joe Biden because we opened the gates and let illegal immigrants in. Like, I don't even know what I don't even, that is such a stupid argument that even if you were to ask Gish Gallop about that, Gish Gallop would be like, that is too nonsensical to even apply to me. Yeah. Racism never existed. Never, ever. Redlining, Jim Crow, you know, all that stuff is just a made up bunch of liberal bullshit. I have two functions in your eyes and a brain and the ability to analyze it myself. I don't need some talking head or some political pundit to do it for me. I have no idea what you're referring to. She wasn't, because people got around her. Neither are you. All right, so we're at 4 hours now, and I like to end at 4 hours because guys got to pee anyway, and we're running out of viewers anyway. But thanks for stopping by. I got my first my first Twitch watchers, my first day on Twitch, so that's cool. Anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day. I will talk to you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day off. Talk to you later. Bye.